All right. Okay, our team members are going to share the presentation. Now we'll start our the SQL training. Right. Here you can see this here. Introduction, we are going to see this first. Okay, what do you mean by data? Akash?
Data is a collection of information.
Okay.
Collection of information.
Yeah, Gerard.
Collection of information.
Okay. Any other? Praveen Kumar?
Yes, sir. It's a collection of information.
Okay. Subhash? Subhash?
Same only information storing.
Okay. Soumya?
It's a collection of information, bro.
Okay. Jayprada?
Data is information used for reference, planning.
No, what do you mean by data? That's what my question.
What, sir?
Pardon?
Can you repeat, sir?
What do you mean by data?
So it is the collection of information used for our reference.
Okay. Everyone is saying the same thing. Okay. When you talk about data, it's a raw information or facts or raw facts. This is called data. When I ask about database, you should give this answer. The collection of interrelated information. When you talk about a data, it's a raw facts. That's what we have to talk here. What exactly that? See here, when you're going to you join with an organization now, right? And you want to you have to give your details, your name and your probably your certifications and related to your information, your email ID and mobile number and other and PAN number, all the things that you are going to give it to the organization. Correct? That is called here, okay, data. Now, on which project that you are going to work? Okay, who is your project manager? Okay, these are all will comes under collection of interrelated information. That's what we have to understand here. Is it clear? Through a system, you are going to manage this information. That means manage means what? Okay, adding, deleting, right? Adding, deleting, modifying, these are all will comes under the, okay, management. When we talk about this, okay, that is called the database management system. We say that database management system, DBMS. When you say here the data, the raw facts, the database collection of information, and MS, the management system. Okay, adding, add, modify, and remove. Okay, this all comes under the through system you are doing it. Through system you are doing. Because of that reason, we say this here management system. Before computers, what people used to do? Anyone? Before computer, what people used to do? Krishnaraj?
There are manual records.
Right. The manual. That means you just go to college and that means they'll enter all your details in a book that we call as a register. Okay. This is what people do it. Yeah, after computers evolved, so that means we started storing all the information in a system. Right. Okay, that means anytime that the person who completes their education, okay, we should keep that information separately. Okay, we should be well organized and we should be able to store all the, okay, this is students' data, and when it goes to college, that means college students' data. When it go to organization, get the organization related information. Okay. When you talk about the telephone directory or that means anything, that means you are looking for anybody. Okay, if you talk about nowadays, we have a network service providers. Okay, they can easily find out that means who is using this mobile number and all these things. That's what they are able to manage everything, right? Okay, this is the one thing that we can talk about here. Okay, we can talk about here like this. Okay, now you can see this here. Okay, when we talk about here, okay, the first and foremost system we call it's an FMS, file management system. When we talk about this file management system, we should be able to okay, to store everything in a okay, file. Okay, that information what do you say that? Okay, if anybody wants to access it, they'll not be able to access that information. Okay, because if anybody else is accessing that information, they'll not be able to access such kind of information. Okay, this all will comes under, right? Okay, this all will comes under, okay, FMS. In the FMS, when we talk about here, for example, I want to store a student data. Okay, this for this one, what you have to do is first you have to create a structure. Okay, you have to create a structure. You want to access information. Okay, you want to store the information. Again, you have to write a program. Okay, if you want to delete, if you want to update, if you want to select, for everything you have to create. Okay, that means a program for this. That means you're going to store information in one particular file. In this file you are going to store. To create a structure, you write a program. create a write, so that means you write a program. Okay, this is going to be structured, for example. Now what will happen? Again, you create multiple programs, so that means one is going to be for writing, defining structure, one is going to store the information, one is going to modify information, one is going to be delete information, one is going to be retrieve information. Again, if you want to retrieve a specific information, again you will have to write a one more program. Okay, that means for this particular file, how many dependent files are getting created? You just imagine. There is something that we don't want to use a single file. Okay, that means everyone should be able to access anytime that information. Okay, now what will happen if somebody, user one is trying to access this information? Okay, user two can read that. He can only read, but he want to modify, it's not possible. Okay, it is going to be stored as a new file. Okay, this kind of problems are there when we talk about okay, this FMS. Because of that reason, they have come up with this DBMS, database management system. When we talk about this database management system, they've come up with this three things: the different types of users and the relation. When you talk about the different types of users, so that means you have there's a DBA should be there, and application developer should be there, and as well as end user also should be there. The three users are required when you're going to have a database. When you talk about a relation, they've come up with this way, the one-to-one relation. The relation among the data, or you can say this one-to-one, the one-to-many, and many-to-many. This is where they have defined. Based on this, okay, any database supports this kind of characteristics or properties, then we can say that, like, no, okay, we have that means discovered, that means they started searching this way. Okay, in this particular scenario, you can find the three kind of databases: HDBMS, NDBMS, or DBMS. Okay, this is where the evaluation was happened. HDBMS, Hierarchical Database Management System. Here, that means the DBA has to create the structure of this. The person who is going to work with this, he should know the structure of the database, then only he can work. It supports only one-to-many relationship. It won't support many-to-many. If it is not going to support many-to-many relation, you'll have a lot of duplication of data will be possible. Duplication data will be possible. Okay, that's what these are the disadvantages that we can say that. Okay, that means you have to know the complete structure, means it's very difficult. Every time you cannot remember the whole structure. In the same way, that means modification is not possible. Even in NDBMS is also DBA has to create the structure. The person who is going to work with the database, he should know the complete database structure, then only he can work. And here, if you are going to have the huge amount of data, it's very difficult to manage the data. It supports one-to-many. Okay. Then finally, you can see this here, RDBMS. When we talk about this RDBMS, Relational Database Management System, it supports, okay, one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many. It's a centralized control. What do you mean by centralized control? That means all the users' information, it will be here. For example, you have this many users in a database. All the users' information, it will be able to accommodate in a single file. One user cannot access other user information. Other user information cannot access by the one user. Okay, this is way centralized control. Okay, how it is going to be managed this? We have something called metadata. What do you mean by metadata? Kumaran?
Sir?
What do you mean by metadata? Any idea? Silva? What do you mean by metadata?
data that gives the information about other data.
Can you repeat? Data?
That gives information about other data.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Today, it has the information about another data.
Pardon?
Metadata is a set of information about another data.
Okay. 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 For example, if I'm trying to access any information, okay, the database is going to cross check. Okay, Soumya said data about data. Okay, for example, here, okay, that is normally in the colleges also they say that data about data. Okay, a simple thing that I will say here, whenever we are going to access any information in a database, the database is going to cross check whether he is having a privileges to access that information, and he is the owner. When exactly that object was created, all the information is going to be cross-checked by your metadata. That is what the metadata. That means that's what we say, that's the data about the data. That's the right point actually that mentioned by Soumya. Okay. That means it's going to cross-check that information, because otherwise what will happen? Okay, this many users information is getting stored here. Okay, if any whose information who is accessing, that means we should have a control on it. Then only we will be able to control it. For example, okay, you are open a bank account. You open a bank account. Okay, that means you are able to see your only your account information, other account information also you are able to see that. You're able to see the other accounts information? Say
No,
something.
No.
No, right? Okay, that means how it is going to be controlled? With the help of metadata only it is going to be get controlled. Okay, is it clear? Okay, that means that is what the metadata is going to check. Okay, if I'm trying to access some information, whether I have a privilege to access that information or not, it's going to be checked. Where do we find that information? In the metadata. Every database has its own way. And one more important thing that we have to talk about here in RDBMS is data integrity. Okay, for example, in organization that you can see there's some of the organization. Okay, earlier there's some corporates, that means like no, if you talk about some corporates, now also you can see this Google and all, you need not have any qualification. You know the subject, you can join with the Google, right? Okay, but their expectation, that means they're going to conduct an interview. If you're going to qualify, then definitely you can join with the Google. But here there are some organizations are there, okay, they say that you should have above 60% of all the education background, from your SSC, from your +2 and the degree and everything. Okay, it says that okay, you should be able to, right? You have to have this one, then only. Okay. Okay, you should be able to, you should be able to, okay, what do you say that? Sorry, when you are going to apply for any organization, they say that they're going to cross check. Okay, one of your relatives working in that organization, for example, if you don't clear your If you don't have, that means less than 60% of marks, because your relative also will not be able to manage it. The system is going to cross check whether you have a 60% in this your educational background or not. It's going to be checked by the system. Okay, these are all will comes under the data integrity. These kind of things you can implement, okay, in your RDBMS. Those things are possible. Okay. Okay, when now here you can see this here. Okay, there are different types of RDBMS packages are available, okay, that you can find out. Okay, Oracle database. Now we are going to see here is Oracle, like MS SQL Server, DB2, IBM product. MS SQL means Microsoft. Okay, Sybase. Now it's a SAP product. Okay, like this we have so many, nearly 50 plus RDBMS packages are there in the market. Probably that means we know that the very famous what do you say that uh, databases, like no, maximum 10 to 15 you can find. Okay, there are so many databases that are available in the market. Okay, now here one important thing that you can understand here, okay, this here we are going to see this RDBMS. Okay, but now this RDBMS we call it especially this Oracle RDBMS, we call it ORDBMS. Actually, who defined this RDBMS? Okay, EF Cord defined this RDBMS. EF Cord is defined this RDBMS when 1970, and he was an IBM employee. He was an IBM employee. Because of that reason, we say that this DB2 is the first database that we can say this IBM product. Okay, that time it's that means that time like no, he defined RDBMS based on that they got an okay DB2. Okay, any DBMS, okay, that means any DBMS it support. That means when he introduced this one, he said okay, he introduced 12 rules, 0 to 12 rules. Okay, these 12 rules, any that means at least like no, okay, 6 of them is going to be supported by any database management system, then it can be called as a RDBMS. Then it can be called as RDBMS. You just imagine that. Okay, 0 to 12. That means normally we say 12 rules. Actually, it's a 13 rules. Okay, in 1970, that time people used to start with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, they don't start with the 1. Later stages, it has been changed to okay, we have to count from 1, something like this. Okay, now we'll get into this one. Okay, here the version of the database that we are going to use is a 19C, very clear. The presentation that I'm going to share with you here is what do you say that, like no 12C1 only. You don't find much difference. And here you can see this here. Define the goals of the course, list the features of Oracle 12C, describe the silent features of Oracle Cloud. Okay, they discuss the theoretical and physical aspect of the relational database management system, describe Oracle servers implementation, RDBMS, and that means object relational database management system, identify the development environment that can be used for this course, describe the database and schemas used in this course. This is what we are going to see this. Okay, that means here you can see this here. The end of the day, end of this training, yeah, you will be able to identify the major components of Oracle database, and how you will be able to write a select statements, and you can also create reports based on your where condition. Okay, select statements you can write along. Okay, you can use different functions in a Oracle database, and you can also go with this joins. When you are going to retrieve data from multiple tables, you have to use the join concept. You learn the join concept. And you can also learn this, how you are going to insert, how you are going to update, how you are going to delete the data from the database. You can also learn, and as well as you can also see this, how you can create the tables and other database objects. Okay, here we are going to have the 2 days, the 3 days content we are going to learn in 2 days. Okay, 2.5 days actually, I can say that 2.5 days. Okay, here you can see this here, this particular one, the table description and all this thing. That means you are going to have the practice, but I have not shared the solutions at the right away. Okay, once you are done with the practice, then I'll end of the training, I'll share the solutions. You can check whether you have done it correctly or not. Additional practice and solutions also I'm going to give it done after that, after second day. Okay. Here you can see this here. What are the different products of the 12C database that we can find? Infrastructure grid, and application development, and Oracle Cloud, and information management. Just to give a minute. Sorry for that. Infrastructure grid. What do you mean by grid? Any electrical background person is there in this class? Anyone is from electrical background? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The grid, actually, when you talk about a grid, The multiple servers can be handled with a single console. Okay, that means probably I have one server in UK, one server in Canada, one server in US, one server in Australia. Okay, sitting in India, I'll be able to manage all the 4 servers. I mean, including Indian server also, 5 servers I can manage. Okay, it's sitting at India. That is called a grid infrastructure that you can do that. Okay, the application development, that means Oracle database itself, you have a Apex. Actually, there is an Apex. Actually, using that Apex, you can develop the application. The information management, you can manage the complete information in the database itself. That means you have a HTML data or XML data, or that means a structural or unstructured data. Everything can be managed in this database. And Oracle Cloud. Okay, that means when you talk about a cloud, the different types of the clouds are available. That means like infrastructure cloud. Okay, that means software as a services, infrastructure as a services, platform as a services, like this. Okay, this particular things are going to be supported by your Oracle Cloud. Actually, what do you mean by cloud? Janani? What do you mean by cloud? Can you hear me? Janani?
Yeah, so
Yes, she is not responding. Janani, are you there?
yes, sir, I'm there.
Okay. Yeah, what do you mean by cloud?
Sir, actually, I used to come by 10 o'clock. I attend the
That
class at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Yes.
It's supposed to be 9:30, not 10.
Yes, sir, I came late. Actually.
No problem. What do you mean by cloud? What do you know about cloud? Did you heard about any time the cloud word?
Yeah, I heard.
What do you mean by cloud?
It's serious. I don't know.
What?
I don't know. You itself explain.
Yeah, you can tell me in your own words. Not a problem. Yeah.
No, sir, you yourself explain it.
What?
You yourself explain it, sir.
Okay. Ashraf.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What do you mean by cloud?
Cloud is a platform to store the data, and we can take the data from that cloud.
Okay.
It's a virtual storage platform.
Okay. Any other? Dinesh Kumar. Dinesh Kumar P.
It's a storage. Storage
Okay.
platform.
Okay. Everyone is having a concept of storage. Cloud means. The first thing that you have to understand one point here. Okay, probably you are using a mobile phones. In a mobile phone that you are going to have something called a cloud storage. Okay, that means you can, if you are using iPhone, iCloud. If you are using Samsung Cloud, something that we have, because they don't want to lose their customer. You whatever the contacts, that means everything. That means there's a chat and everything. That's WhatsApp chat and everything. They want to store it in a cloud. That means we are storing it. That is what we are doing it actually. That's what we are assuming, that cloud means it's a storage. It's not a storage. First thing that we have to understand here. The concept that you have to understand here is cloud is something through net you can access your remote system. Okay. In this particular one, you are also using a cloud system only. Actually, that means the environment which you are using, it's a cloud system. Do you know that? It's a cloud system. Okay, that means that through cloud, in a browser itself, you are able to have another system. Okay, and you are working in that particular system. Am I correct? In the same way, that means you are going to have, okay, that means, for example, I'm going to start a small organization. Initially I have a 15 employees. Okay, for a 15 employees I want to buy, okay, probably I can buy a laptops. Probably it is going to be cost for 50,000 for, okay, or 60,000 or 1 lakh. That means the 15 lakhs is I'm going to invest. But if I want to invest for the software, and that software has to run for 24 hours, okay, and that means all these things should take care of it, something like this. Then what I will do is, okay, that means I have to procure the license software. Now if you want to buy a license software, it is going to be too cost. Okay, and in this particular scenario, in this particular scenario, okay, I'm going to approach any cloud services. Okay, I tell them in a such a way that, okay, this is what my requirement. Okay, I want to have application, something like this. They'll prepare the application, they'll give it to you. Okay, all the 15 people can access that application, they can store the data. Okay, they are going to manage our data. If you want to have our data to be at our place, okay, everything he is going to cost it. Okay, that cost I have to pay monthly or thrice. That means every 3 months, or okay, every 6 months, or 1 month. I can 1 year I have to pay advancedly, so that they'll be able to provide the application and everything. Okay, that means that is what the cloud. Don't think that, like, no, okay, the cloud means is a storage blindly. Okay, that's what we have a different services. We'll see that also. Okay, here when you talk about Oracle database manageability, the database itself, it can manage it. For example, if I'm going to write a select statement, the select statement, okay, the database can identify, okay, this particular statement can have an index. So that means if this query can perform a better. Okay, that means we call this an SQL advisor. And if anything goes wrong in the database itself, the automatic diagnostics monitor will be there. It's going to identify which, okay, one is working, which structure is working, which structure is not properly working. Everything, it can be identified. It can manage everything by the database itself. Okay, this is the one thing that we can talk about. There are so many other things that we can talk about here. The high availability. So for example, when we talk about here, okay, you're going to any ATM center, for example. Okay, you belongs to SBI bank. Okay, most of the SBI, okay, bank, that means ATMs are not working, for example. You can go to HDFC or ICICI bank, and okay, you are able to withdraw the amount. Even if SBI ATMs are not working, you are able to. This is called something called high availability. 24/7, your servers are going to be there. Even if one system is down and other system is going to be up. Of course, I'm giving a here. Okay, that means here we have the concept of Visa, Master, and all. They are going to provide a service to get all the customers. Even if you are belongs to specific bank, still you are able to go to other bank ATM and you are able to withdraw the amount. It is the concept of high availability. Then performance. Okay, that means you go to ATM and you just keep your card and you are trying to withdraw the amount. Okay, for example, okay, after keeping your card in a machine, okay, after 2 minutes, it's asking to enter a PIN number. Once you enter a PIN number, again it is asking you to choose whether it's yours is a savings account or that means a credit card or current account, something like this. Okay, for each and every next step, it's taking 2 minutes. Do you accept such kind of things? Say something. You are not.
Yeah,
no
yeah.
one is attentive. That's what I believe. Okay. This way it is going to be okay. This way it is going to give the. That is what we can talk about a performance. When you go to ATM, immediately you are able to, within few seconds, you are able to withdraw your amount and you will be able to come out of the that room. Actually, correct. Okay, this is the performance. Okay, that means the performance automatically given by the database. Only for the programs, there is a possibility to degrade the performance. Okay, for that only this particular trainings and all we conduct. Okay, there are two types of securities also available here. Okay, one is user level security. Unless and until you are not a valid user, okay, you will not be able to withdraw the amount. Sorry, you will not be able to connect to database. Okay, when you talk about here, I'm created one table. Okay, you want to access my table, for example, I should give the privileges, then only you can access my table. Okay, there are two types of, okay, security that we can talk. We say that, okay, authentication, authorization, we can say that. Okay, that means you should be valid user in the database, then only you can log into the database. You should have some table, you are having some table, that tables I cannot access it because you are the owner of that. If I want to access, I have to put a request to you, then you can grant those particular table, then I can access it. The information integration, that means this information integration, when you talk about here, okay, I'll give one more example here. You just go to bank and you withdraw the amount or deposit amount. Okay, that means immediately you are getting a message. Okay, this much amount has been deposited or this much amount has been, okay, withdrawal from your account. That means a debited or credited, something like this. Okay, you are getting a message, and as well as you are getting a mail also. You can see this everything has been integrated. That means your mail server and your alerts also, you are getting alerts. So that means alert means you are getting SMS. Okay, these are all integrated with the database itself. That's what we have to understand here. This is Oracle Fusion middleware. You have a different structure here. Okay, if you want to have enterprise management, performance management, business intelligence, and content management applications, everything, this we call it's a grid structure. Everything is integrated. They call it a, okay, it's a fusion middleware. Actually, Oracle integrated multiple application together. We call it a middleware. Okay, that it is going to be like, no, through browser, if you're accessing, it will go to the, okay, middleware. That means application server. From application server, it will go to database and it retrieves the information. Okay, this is what is going to happen. Now you can see this here. Oracle Enterprise Manager Cloud Control, that you can see this complete life cycle, complete stack, and complete integration. The Oracle do this one. Okay, create and manage complete set of cloud services, manage all phases of cloud cycle, and manage the entire cloud stack, monitor health of all components. That means, sorry, monitor health of all components, and identify, understand, and solve business problems. This is what the cloud, Oracle Cloud, is going to provide. Okay, there are other clouds. Here, yeah, you're using DMR cloud, actually, that you can see this labs.dmr cloud. Okay, that's we are providing only the system, okay, through browser. That's it. We are not providing any other things. Okay, in this one, okay, you can see this here. That's what the cloud complete life cycle, we say. That's okay. When you talk about Oracle Cloud, on-demand self-services, resource pooling, rapid elasticity, measured services, broadband network access, and everything. Okay, you can see this here. All these things you can have it in a cloud. Okay, this cloud is the three types that I told you: software as a services. Okay, you want to download any services of software, you can go to cloud.oracle.com. There you have everything in the cloud. Any software that you want to download, you can download it. Okay, and but it is going to be get charged. The platform as a services, I'm looking for, okay, some kind of application. Okay, that means they'll be able to give that application, okay, that I can work with that application. Infrastructure as a that means services, the complete infrastructure that you want to have it, then you can go for the infrastructure services. Okay, this way you have the different types of services. Okay, when we talk about here the cloud models, okay, that means the private model, public model, hybrid model, and community cloud. Okay, normally you have a community, private, and public. But when you talk about hybrid, that means any of these two things are going to be combined. It can be called as a hybrid. That's why you can talk about here. Now you can see this here. Overview of a relational database management system. Relational model and object relational model. That's what we have to understand here. The relational model is been defined by, okay, EF Cod in 1970. Whereas object relational model is defined by, okay, Oracle. Actually, in Oracle only you can find ORDBMS. Okay, user defined data types and that objects. That means in object relational database management system, you can create your own data types. You can create your own objects. That is possible in object relational database management system. Now the database which you are going to use here or you are going to use in your environment also, it's an object relational database management system only. One thing you have to understand. This object relational database management system is fully compatible with your RDBMS. Whatever the features are there in RDBMS, everything is going to be supported by your ORDBMS. And here, the ORDBMS is going to support, that means structural data as well as unstructured data. Everything is going to be supported. Of course, in RDBMS also, some extent, it supports structural and unstructural, but now in ORDBMS is a full-fledged or completely it supports unstructured data. If you take a Uber ride, for example, you book a auto or bike or car, anything that you're going to take from any, that means within a city, from any location to any location you've traveled it, that means end of the travel, that means a trip, you get the trip report. How much it is, how many kilometers and how much that he charged, and the map also is going to share it. The map also it is going to be stored in the database. Can you define a map that means in a structural part? No, it's unstructured. Map is an unstructured. That we can also store that in such kind of information, like spatial information. Now you can see this here. You have something called a Sky Map. There is an app in a mobile actually. I don't know how many of you know about it. There's a Sky Map. You can see this. You open the Sky Map. That means you will be able to see this. Where do you have the stars? That means like where do you have the Jupiter planet? Where do you have this Saturn planet? Everything is going to be get displayed, their positions. Even at night time, if you see that, there's a clearly you can see there, that means planet positions. This is what they define with this multimate, that means large objects, and I mean to say that unstructured data. The high quality database for server features. That means when you talk about here high quality database server features, means the database itself, it can take care of so many things. If any problem comes, it can automatically, it is going to be diagnosed. This all can be managed by your databases. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Now you can see this here. Data storage on different medium. Yes, anyone trying to say anything? Any doubt?
No, sir.
All right. Okay, here you can see this here. Data storage on different media. Okay, when we talk about here, you have an electronic spreadsheet, filing cabinet, and database here. In this particular scenario, you can see this here. There you have long back we used to have some kind of electronic spreadsheet. Then before that we should have we have something called filing cabinets. Okay. Then nowadays you can see here. Okay, we have this. What do you say that like no? Okay, you have the database now. Okay, here you can see this here, the relational database management concept. Okay, when we talk about here, okay, EF code is the one is defined this RDBMS. That's already I told you here. Okay, and that time he works with IBM. Okay, that means is the basis of relational database management system. The relational model consists of collection of objects, or you can say relations. What do you mean by objects? Anyone? What do you mean by objects? Table is a primary object. View, sequence, synonym, cluster, procedure, function, package, trigger, etc. This all will comes under, okay, objects. Collection of objects. When we talk about this collection of objects, okay, all these objects that you can create in a database, and you can like no, you create it. That means here collection of objects we are saying here. The collection of objects we can also call as a schema. What do you mean by schema? What do you mean by schema? Anyone is having any idea about schema? I think some people are CS background, and most of the crowd. 4 or 5 people are from non-CS, according to my knowledge. Yeah. What do you mean by schema? Yes, Praveen Kumar.
Schema is like a architectural diagram.
Architectural diagram, okay. It's not architectural diagram, Praveen. Actually, we say that the logical structure of the database, we call it a schema. For example, if you talk about a banking schema, all the banking schemas are going to be the same. Based on their requirement, probably they can change the schema. Okay, that means what exactly the schema? There you have some set of tables, some set of views, some set of procedures, some set of functions, and all together it's called a banking schema. If you talk about hospital schema, college schema, okay, school schema, something that like no, everyone nowadays, everyone is managing their own database. Okay, here what will happen, you just check in your Google also. Okay, you're looking for a banking schema, you just type a banking schema, you will be able to get this structure. Okay, how many tables are required, how many views are required, how many I think like procedures and functions, or everything you will be able to find it. That's we call it a logical structure of the database. Okay, or collection of objects. Collection of objects or relations is called a schema, or that means that relation we are saying here. Set of operators or acts on the relation. When you are going to work with a database, that means you are going to use set of operators. In that operators, that means you can use your relations. The data, the integrity for your accuracy and consistency. I told you that, okay, that means here, we should have always, that means a valid data in a database. How do you get it? That means you can integrate, that means you can integrate along with the, when you are going to develop application, you can integrate your integrity constraints along with your database. It will not accept any duplicate values and all this thing. Definition of relational database. Relational database is the collection of relation or two-dimensional tables controlled by Oracle server. Of course, most of the things are going to be controlled by a database only. Okay, here you can see this here in the couple of tables. Okay, this is something called data models. Whenever you are going to design your database, you need to understand, okay, what exactly the client is expecting. Okay, that you should be able to understand. That's what the model of system in client's mind, you can see this. The entity model, based on that, you whatever you understand and you design your, okay, entity relationship model. That's we called it entity model of client. That means when you have to develop any application, you'll have the documentation. You will have a document that means or the system specific requirement, and you go through that, you understand, and this is what is required, and everything you identify, you just put on a paper. Then you go back to your client, and this is what we understand from your document, and this is what we understand, and this is what the presentation. Okay, once he's going to accept that, then we'll go for the agreement, the memorandum. That means here, once agreement is done, then we'll try to develop that application. That application, when you are going to develop, that you can see this here, you are going to have that. That means a table model of entity model, and everything will be there. Okay, then you'll have your Oracle server. Okay, that means that you are going to put it in a database. The entity relationship model that you can see here, you are going to design in such a way that you are going to have the parent and the child table. Okay, that means the department is the parent and employees is the child table. What exactly this? For example, now you are joined with an organization. You all belongs to a specific department or not? Or you belongs to any department? They have not mentioned anything in your offer letter. Please. Please. Subhash, yeah.
What's up? Tell me again.
Are you belongs to any department in the organization or not?
Yeah.
No, then this is also you're not speaking means I think you're not read your offer letter also properly.
No. In our department, IMS, Infrastructure Management Service.
Okay, that is what. But why other people are not speaking? At least one person. Finally, you someone who says yes, all these things. Okay, your all belongs to department. Without department, will not be able to hire in the organization. Right? Am I correct, Subhash?
Yeah, yes, correct.
Right. The same thing here. Okay, here you can see this department, and that means the number of employees who are working in that particular department. Okay, that's what we say, that parent and child. Okay.
Okay.
And here you can see this here. Here you can see this here. When you are going to design your entity relationship model, okay, that means that these are the steps that you have to follow it. Normally, when you go to organization, there's a very rarely you get this kind of opportunity to design your database. Okay. That's what I'll not touch this. Now, if you want to make a relation between the tables, now you can see this here. I told you department is the parent and employees is a child, because unless and until there is no department, we cannot hire the employee for a specific department. Okay, that means if there is a department, then you can hire the employee. There is no department, you cannot hire the employee. Whenever you are going to remove the employees, whenever you are going to remove the department, first you have to ask your employee to leave that particular department. That means organization, the people who are working in that particular department. Okay, then you can remove the department. This is the basic relation talks about here. If you want to make a relation between the tables, the first, either that means which one is going to be reference, that one should have a primary or primary or unique key. That means what exactly reference? That means the parent table should have a primary key or unique key. That's what here you can say this primary. Which one you are going to be considered as a child table? or dependent table, that table should have a foreign key. That's what, with the help of primary and foreign key, we are going to create the relation. The relational database terminology that you can see this here. Here you have a column, and this one you can see this, the red color one, tuple. We call it a row actually. When you talk about here, the here column and field filled with the value, filled with the null value, no defined value. Okay, that means we are not defined any value means if we are not defined any value, it's going to be treated as a null. All right. Now you can see this here, introduction to SQL and its development environment. Okay, here I'm going to share the remote environment. No, sorry. Okay, yesterday we have done this, all those things, right? Okay, now I'll go back to the home directory. Okay, here you can see this here. You just say here SQL plus, and here you just use HR. Okay, you are connected to Oracle Database 19C Enterprise Edition. This is the SQL Star Plus version, and you can also cross check, select banner from what is the version of the database that you are using. Okay, you can see this here. Oracle Database 19C Enterprise Edition release. Okay, that's 19 production part. Okay, and one more thing that you can do here is, here you have something called SQL developer. This is another environment. You just try to open this. There are two environments like Oracle provide here. Of course, you have something called CL also, the SQL CL command line, that also you can see here. SQL CL. This is also you can use it. It doesn't make any difference between the SQL Star Plus and SQL CL. Okay, you can see this here. Automatically it will open a terminal. Here it will ask you to enter the username and password. It's taking some time, just a moment. Okay. I think I opened two SQL developers. Now you can see this here. Automatically you get this. In the terminal window itself, you can find it. It'll ask to enter a username and password, then we can enter it. That you can see this username. What is the username that you want to use here? The password. Starting from 19C, you can find here SQL CL. Actually, this is not going to find in your document. It will take a longer time actually. SQL CL, or there's an icon on your desktop, you can use that. You can also download from when you're going to install, automatically you get this. Okay. You can see this here. I'll try to close one. Just I'll close this one also. Oh. Okay, once it's going to open, you can use here. Again, there's Oracle connections. You just click on this Oracle connection, just a moment. You can select your Oracle connections and click on plus symbol, or right click also you can use it. Okay, here you can specify your connection name. You can have your own name, and the username is HR and password is also HR. And you can specify here the ORCL. Just use ORCL. Or you can use a TNS and select this one, ORCL. Okay, then connect. It'll ask you again the reconfirmation. Always you have to use this username and password in a lowercase only. Okay, these are the two environments that you are going to use. One is SQL Star Plus and one is SQL Developer. You can see here. Okay, sorry. Okay, this is what you can see, this SQL Star Plus and SQL Developer. You are going to use these two environments. And when we talk about SQL, introduction to SQL, structured query language. It can also be called as a SQL. Okay, a lot of people say SQL. What exactly? Okay, the SQL. Structured English query language, because in this one we are going to use English words as a command, a simple English words as a command. That's what we call it the SQL, structured query language. Yeah, this is the default language for any RDBMS. Default language. What do you mean by default? Or we can say the native language of any RDBMS. Okay, that means if you are going to work with a DB2 today, okay, tomorrow you are going to work with Oracle, there's a small syntax changes will be there. But moreover, the condition, that means the statement that you are going to use in Oracle, DB2, Sybase, and okay, MS SQL Server, the same commands you are going to use. The way you are going to use it makes a small difference. Okay, that's what we have to understand here. Then you can see here, yeah, it's a functionally complete. That means with a, you can define, you can retrieve, and you can manipulate data in a tables. This is what you are going to do it. It's efficient to, okay, efficient and easy to learn and use it. That you can see here, you have a DML statement, data manipulation, DDL, data definition, DCL, data control, and TCL, transaction control. Okay, this is way it has been categorized SQL. Okay, that means the data definition, actually I'll say here, create, alter, drop, rename, truncate, comment. Okay, all these things you will not be able to find in other databases. You can find create, alter, drop, truncate in most of the databases, but you don't find a rename and comment in other databases. This is specific to Oracle only. Okay, when we talk about this particular commands, you can use, if you are going to create a table, immediately it is going to be stored in the database. That's what the DDL statements or auto commit statements. Automatically it is going. If you want to create a table, if you want to remove the table from the database, if you want to modify the table structure, okay, if you want to remove the information from the table, the truncate you can use it. Okay, and rename, you want to rename your object. Okay, you want to comment. Okay, when we talk about this comment, okay, we say that like no, what do you call, when you talk about a comment, normally we do the documentation. Okay, the documentation, okay, instead of doing separately, in the database itself, you can specify, okay, some extent, you can specify this information, okay, in such a way that, okay, this is what, like, no, this particular table is going to be used for so and so purpose or something like this, you can specify it. Okay, then data manipulation language. When you talk about this data manipulation language, you can store after creation of table, you have to store the information. Okay, with the help of DML statement, you can use insert and you can store the data. Okay, and with the help of update, you can modify the existing data. With the help of delete, you can delete the information or remove the information. Okay, that means here we also have the select. When we talk about a select, okay, that means here with the help of select, you can view the data. And here one important thing that you have to understand here is, okay, select also called as a data retrieval language, DRL, data retrieval, but it's a part of a DML only. Okay, and then you have something called data control language. Okay, I already told you here, it's a centralized control, right? Okay, you will not be able to access, okay, unless and until you have a privileges from the other person. Okay, that means how he can give the privileges to you. Okay, he can use a grant and a revoked commands, and we will be able to access the, okay, data. That's a grant is a giving privileges, revoke is taking back the privileges. The commit and rollback, that means here, when you talk about here, that means a transaction. First of all, what do you mean by transaction? The transaction is nothing but insert, update, delete is called as a transaction. When you're trying to insert, it's a transaction. Like all this transaction that you have to control using this transactional control language. Okay, this we'll see this in detail. Okay, these are the environments that we are going to use it, and this is what the schema that we are going to use it. The HR, that's what I use, the HR username, right? Okay, in this one you can see this here. These tables are there, and we are going to work with these tables. Okay, regions, countries, locations, departments, employees, and job history and jobs. Apart from that, we are going to have additional things also. And you can also see the other additional documents. Okay, if you're, okay, in 2 days, we'll even, okay, even if I'm ready to cover also, you're not in a position to listen from morning to evening. Sometimes, okay, we started playing some, okay, there's a, like, no, Vijay movie Beast has come, like, no, there is a, there's a song, like, no, we thought of, like, no, it is getting bored, he's continuously taking class, you start listening songs. Okay, because VTL will not be able to see what exactly that you are doing on a system in front of the system, correct? Am I correct? Okay, sometimes you listen songs, correct? But here one important thing, okay, even if I'm ready to cover also, you're not ready to listen for the whole day. Okay, in such kind of scenarios, you try to keep this particular, okay, the documents from the docs.oracle.com, Oracle database SQL language references. That is very important when you are going to work with the projects. Okay, if tomorrow VTL will not be available, okay, if you call him, he will not be available, then who is going to help you? These documents are going to help you, sure. Okay, try to download these documents and you use for your reference. This is what we have, this first chapter. Now you can go for a break. Okay, 15 minutes break. Once you come back from the break, then we'll see this, we'll discuss the select statement, how to write a select statement. Okay,
Sure, Vidya.
right. When you talk about here, there are multiple environments that you can find out here. Development environment, staging environment, and production environment. where you are going to develop your application, that is environment is completely different. You can develop your application. The staging environment is similar like your production environment. That means whatever the data that you are going to find in a production, that means Shubha said live data. That means live data means here, probably I'll give a small example here. Now you are connecting to someone using your mobile phone. What exactly it is going to happen? Which network that you are using? Okay, I mean to say that, okay, you are using Airtel network or you are using Geo network. It will connect to Geo server. From Geo server, okay, that means which subscriber you are trying to, which network subscriber you are trying to connect. It will connect to that particular server. From there, it is going to be identify the nearest tower and then it will connect. This is the production environment. Okay, the server which you are connecting when you are making call, the request go to the server first. Okay, from there it will go to the specified network. Okay, this is what is going to happen here. In this particular scenario, you should understand one particular concept. Okay, how many customers are there? If you want to see that for a Geo server, then what do? You say that select star from, okay, subscriber or some table name, you specify that. For example, here I'm using employees because this one we are going to use it. Now you can see this here. If I'm going to execute, this is the statement that you have to execute. Okay, now you can see this here. How much data that we are going to get here? You can see this here. We have 107 employees. You just imagine in a production environment, you can see this here. The millions of records are going to be there. Millions of records will be there. Am I correct? Okay, for example, here, if I'm going to say here, select star from, okay, employees here. The environment that you can see here, the must and should you have to terminate the statement with the semicolon. When you're going to use a SQL star plus, you can see this here. Just a moment. Here you can see this here. Select star from employees, and if you want to execute this statement, you have to terminate with the semicolon. When you are going to execute in SQL developer, it's not required. You just specify that select star from employees. If you are going to execute multiple statements, then must and should you have to specify, okay, semicolon here also. I want to execute one more statement, then you can write a second statement here. Okay, this is what you have to do it. Okay, these are the two environments we are going to use, and we'll try to understand here. And here, when you are going to work with the production environment, definitely you are going to work with the production environment, not National Stock Exchange, right? NSE, correct? Right. Just a moment. Just a moment. Right. Okay, here Okay, on production environment, don't ever try to use the select star from table name. Then what do you have to do? Okay, there are a few things that you have to remember here. Whenever you write a select statement, there's a few things that you have to remember. Projection, selection, and join. These things that you have to remember always. What do you mean by projection? Projection means, for example, I want to see this here, the stockholders or stakeholders, something that, like, no, in national stock exchange, for example, you specify that the name, the company name, okay, okay, or which stock, like, no, he bought it. That means, like, no, you can specify that particular company name, C name, okay, company name, and the total number of shares. Okay, something like this. Okay, total number of shares, so that you can specify here from the table name. Okay, this is called, okay, what you are doing is, okay, you are getting the name and company name, total number of shares. Okay, from table name you are going to specify. This is called projection. The required column names you specify in a select statement, that we call it a projection. Now if I say here select employee ID, the last name, the job ID, salary from, okay, I want to see their each and every employee salary and their designation. Okay, now you can see here. You can see this here. This is what, instead of selecting the whole information, you are selecting the projected columns information only, you are able to get it here. This is called projection. Very, very important one. Please do remember this: projection, selection, and join. Okay, here in this particular chapter, we are going to discuss only the projection part. That you can see this specifying, okay, specific columns. Whenever you are going to write a select statement, okay, it's not a state, it's not a case sensitive. First thing that you have to remember here is SQL statements are not a case sensitive. But one important thing that you have to understand here, okay, we are like, no, how many participants are there now? Yeah, 17 or 18 are there, right? Okay, when we talk about here, we are all working with the same project. When you are going to execute one statement, after 10 minutes, I'm going to execute the same statement. And after some time, someone else is executing the same statement. Okay, but when you are executing the same statement again and again, and someone is using uppercase, someone is using lowercase, someone is using mixed case, someone is using with the more white spaces, that means multiple white spaces you're using, for example, that time 4 execution plans are going to be get generated. With this one, what will happen mean the database performance is going to be get degraded. That's what we have to do is, whenever you are going to work with the project, you should identify the standard that you are using in that particular project. Definitely NS uses some standards when they are going to write a query. Okay, that particular you have to identify in the same standards you have to write the query. Okay, then what will happen if I'm going to execute a statement after 10 or 15 minutes, you are executing the same statement. Okay, the database, what it is going to do is already this particular query has been executed. Okay, and the same statement okay, is someone else is executing, it is going to use the same execution plan only. It won't generate a new execution plan. Okay, this is what it's going to do it. Okay, this is what we have to understand. Okay, now SQL statement can be entered into 1 or more lines. Probably in this particular training, maximum you can see there's a 5 or 6 lines maximum that I'm saying here. But once you go to project, you can see this 100 lines of SQL code or 200 lines of SQL code. But don't get panic, but try to understand. If you're confident enough to write a query, you will be able to understand, okay, that particular query also. Okay. We have some set of keywords. Those keywords cannot be abbreviated, or you cannot split across the lines. Okay, there are some set of keywords we are going to use it. Okay, those you cannot abbreviate them. You just specify them. Okay, clauses usually placed on a separate lines. What exactly here clauses? Now, if you look at this, okay, now you can also do something like this. Select is the one, and from is the another class. Select, in a select, it is going to identify the columns. From is going to be identify the, okay, the table column names. That's where you can specify that. Like you have a where, you have a group by, you have having, like no order by, like there are so many clauses are there. Now, if you're going to specify something like this, we can easily understand. Okay, from what are the column that you are selecting, from which table, and everything, you can easily identify that. You can also they see that. Okay, that means here select the from. That means we are formatted this. This way also you can do it. Okay. That's what indents are used to enhance the readability. Okay, that means you can see this when you are going to have something like this. You're going to have something like this. You just see this here. Okay. That's what you will have an indenting. That's SQL developer. In SQL developer, SQL statement optionally terminated with the semicolon. That's already we have seen. The first statement I'm terminated with the semicolon. Second statement I did not do that. Right? Okay, this is way you can always like no execute. But when it comes to SQL start base, the must and should you have to specify, okay, the semicolon. Okay, then you have to execute it. Without using semicolon, you'll not be able to execute this. In SQL developer, okay, all your column headings are going to be displayed in uppercase. And that means all our column headings are left aligned. But whereas in this one, in SQL Start Plus, all columns are going to be displayed in uppercase here also. But character is going to be left aligned, whereas character and date is going to be left aligned, whereas number is going to be right aligned. Okay, this is one thing that you have to understand here. Okay. Try to use both the environments you also, so that you will have some clarity. Okay, the arithmetic expressions and null values in the select statement, you can use it. You can use the add, subtract, multiply, divide, and everything that you can use it. Now you can see this here. Okay, the select the last name, salary plus 300. I want to see the person annual salary. Okay, when you say this annual salary, that you can see the sal plus 300, we are specifying here. Right? Or sal into, sorry, annual salary, I'll say here. Sal into 12. Now you can see this here. If I'm going to execute this, you have salary and salary plus 12. Annual salary, you can see that. Okay, operator precedency. When you are going to use plus and multiplication, which one is going to execute first? Tell me.
Multiplication.
Multiplication, right? Then plus.
Yes.
Now, if I'm going to specify here, okay, we can see this here. If I use this, Okay, if I'm going to execute this, now we can see here. This is what we are getting, 25,200. When you see here, this one, sal plus 100 into 12. What it is doing, 100 plus 12 is executing, then plus, okay, something it is doing, you can see this here. But here, okay, that means here you can see this here. You can also put here salary into 12. Now you can see the difference. This is what the annual salary, 2028, 2 lakhs 88,000, 2 lakhs 89,200. You can see the difference here. When you use here, that's a parenthesis. That means this one is going to execute first, then the multiplication is going to do. Here it is going to sal into, okay, that means here, you can say here, in this way you can see this, the difference. Again, you can see this, it's adding 100. When you say sal into 12, okay, that means here. Okay, that's what the difference that you can identify that. Okay, that means operator precedency, what you have to do is, that means which one is going to execute first, okay, which one is going to execute next. Okay, if you want to give the priority for the next one to execute, then you can put them in parentheses. The first, this one is going to execute, then into multiplication is going to do that. Okay, that's very, very important one. You should know the operator precedence, which one is going to execute it. Defining null values. When you talk about null values, yes.
Nagesh,
Yeah.
so it won't consider BODMAS rule, right?
Pardon?
BODMAS rule.
Not clear.
BODMAS. It won't consider BODMAS rule, right?
Right. The operator precedence, like no, which one is going to execute first? If you talk about addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. If you use all four, which one is going to execute first, Gerard? Division is going to execute first, then multiplication, like this. This is what the scenario. Correct? Gerard?
Yeah, okay, fine. It won't consider BODMAS rule, right?
When you use the parentheses, when you put them in brackets,
Okay.
the priority is going to be changed.
Okay, fine.
Right?
Okay.
Right. Okay, here, one more important thing that we have to understand here. Select employee ID, salary, commission underscore PCD. Not all the employees are getting commission. Only few employees are getting commission, for example. Now, person who is not getting commission, what do we have to do? We have to leave that particular value. Sorry. We have to leave that particular field. Now you can see this here. Here you can see this null. Okay, these people are not getting commission. These people are getting commission somewhere that's a 3.53, something like this. Okay, the person who is getting commission, we are able to see. The person who is not getting commission, you can say this here, null. Null means no defined value. We are not define a value for that. Just a moment. Here, if you are going to use an SQL star plus the same statement, you can see this here. You're not finding any values here, or even it is showing that null also it is not showing here. That's a difference between SQL star plus and SQL plus. SQL developer, sorry. SQL star plus and SQL developer. Okay. Okay. Now here, when you are going to use null values with the arithmetic, here you can see this here. One important thing that you have to understand. EF code defines something like this. Null into value, it should return only null. Okay, any arithmetic operator we are going to use with the null values, it should return only null. It should return only null. That's what you have to understand here. Okay. Now, what we are going to do here is, if I'm going to specify something like this, and the same one here, salary into commission underscore PCD. I want to see that how much commission he is going to, how much rupees he is going to, how much dollars he is going to get it. Now here you can see this, wherever you see this particular null value, now you can see this, he is getting 14,000, okay, 0.4. This is what he is going to get the amount for the commission amount. You can see this here. The person who is not getting commission, it again says null. Okay, that's what you have to understand from this particular slide. Okay, the arithmetic expression contain null values, evaluate to null only. Okay, what do you mean by alias?
It's a shortcut.
Another name.
Another name, okay. Any other?
Temporary name which we are giving during the execution only.
Exactly. That's a right answer. Absolutely. Now I'm finding people are interacting with me. Good. Okay. Elias, normally, okay, we see that even Naxalites, they'll have alias names. Why they'll have alias names? They're planning to kill one MP or minister, someone in the, okay, one of the politician. During this operation, they'll go with the different names. Okay. Once that operation is over, they'll go back to original names. Even if you call with that particular name, they don't respond. That is the concept of alias. Okay, here also we are using the alias names, okay, the temporary. Whatever Gerard said, it's correct. Okay, the temporary name. During the execution only it is going to be used. Once execution is over, you cannot use that particular name anymore. Okay, it's renamed the column heading. Okay, it's useful with the calculations. Now we are using something here. You can see this here. What is the column name that you are getting here? Sal into commission. I don't want to put this one. Okay, here I am getting here annual salary. Okay, I want to have here ANN sal instead of that. Sorry, both are got select. You can see this here, annual sal. But I specified in lowercase, but automatically it is displayed as uppercase. But I want to display this one in lowercase only. Then what do? You just put them in double quotes. You just put them in double quotes. Now again execute this query. Any statement that you are going to execute, that means now you can see this here. Any title that you want to display, column title that you want to display in lowercase or uppercase, any special character or space that you want to use it here, you can see this here. I'm using a space here. If I'm going to execute, that you can see here, ANN space sal. You're able to identify that. You can see that. Any special character also you can use it. If you put them in double quotes. If you don't put them in double quotes, that means it's going to throw an error. You can also check here. I'm not using here any. Okay, I'm not using this. I'm using annual space sal. Okay, now, if I'm going to execute this, it's going to throw an error. You can see this. Okay, that's what you have to be very careful when you're going to specify. Okay, immediately follows your column name. On which column that you want to have alias name, immediately give a space and specify your alias name. You can also use optionally as keyword. Okay, if you have more number of alias names you are using that you want to specify, you can use the as keyword also. Okay, require double quotation marks if contain spaces, special characters, and if it is in a case sensitive. Already we have seen that, right? You can see this here. Name, last name as name, commission underscore PCT, we are using COMM. Last name as name, that means you can see here, okay, name, the first letter is initial letter capital, we put them in double quotes. Annual salary, you can see this, we give the space. Okay, like this, you have to put them in braces. Double quotes. Use of concatenation operator, literal character strings, and alternate quota operator and distinct keyword we are going to see here. Now you can see this here. Okay, anytime that you want to concat, okay, you can use a pipe symbol. You can say here, select first name, last name. I'll say here name from employees. You can see this here. I'm not able to get any, it's not any, but like, no, I want to have some space. Then what you can do is, you just put some, okay, space here in a single quotes. Then again, put a pipe symbol. Now you can see the difference here. The output also, you can find some space. The first name, then space, then last name. You can see this here. You can include any valid string, a literal, or anything that you can specify here. For example, here, I can also use something like this. Select last name, is a job ID from employees. Well, I'm going to see some meaningful output. If I don't specify is a, then we'll not be able to see anything here. You can see this able is SA underscore REP and is SAREP. Like this, you can specify. Okay, is it clear? Yeah, that's what here. A literal is a character, number, date include in a select statement. The date and character, that means the date and character value should be enclosed with the single quotation marks. Okay, here, that means each character string is output for once for each row is returned. For each and every row, it is going to return that particular string or character, whatever you are going to specify, that is going to be get displayed. The same example that you can see here. Okay. Now, the quote operator. When you talk about this quote operator, to get an apostrophe in a word, okay, we use this particular quote operator. That where do you find apostrophe here? You can see this here, departments. Okay, probably you can copy this statement and try to execute it. Whenever you are going to use a quote operator, and here you are using a braces. Instead of a brace, you can use any special character. You can use a dollar, you can use a hash, but don't use an ampersand. Ampersand is going to be meant for something else in your SQL Star Plus. Don't use it. Okay, distinct. Okay, the distinct always is going to eliminate the duplicate records. Okay, duplicate values. When do you go for a distinct? That means here, how many distinct departments are there in employees table? If I'm going to specify here, select department ID from employees. You can see this here, the repeated values you are finding. Now I don't want to get how many distinct departments are there. I want to identify here. Sorry. Now you can see here. You can see this in, you have a department number 50, 40, all unique values are going to be displayed. Whenever you are going to use a distinct, immediately select statement, you have to specify distinct. In between, if I'm going to select any other columns along with this, you cannot specify individual distinct. Now you can see this here, if I'm going to execute this, the combination it is going to show you. Okay, that means the department number 50, you have ST man. And again, the department number 50, you can see here. This way you can go for it. Okay, the department number 50, you have SS clerk. And department number 50, you have ST clerk. And the department number 50, you have ST man. You can see this combination it is going to give. That's what is going to work your distinct. Okay, it is automatically eliminate the duplicate records. That's a use of the distinct. Describe. Okay, that means the describe is not a SQL command. SQL star plus command. What is SQL star plus? This is the SQL star plus. Okay, this is the SQL star plus. When you say here, I want to see the table structure, you can describe employees. You can describe the departments. Okay, like this, you can describe a table. Okay. Okay, you can say, tell me this, in this particular one, identify the select statement that executes successfully. Yes? Anyone?
Option D.
B?
D.
D. D, it will execute or it will not execute?
Execute.
Okay.
A.
Okay.
Sir, C.
C and D. No, sorry. C and B is going to execute successfully, not A and B. A and D. What is the problem here? You can check this. Okay, we are using here annual, that means yearly sal, we are using it.
Yes.
We are using a space, but you have to put them in double quotes.
Yeah.
The B, you can see the sal into 12, yearly space sal, and it in double quotes. D also you can check, sal space as, that means yearly space sal. When it comes to here, we are using a plus symbol and as name, job ID, sal into 12, yearly space sal. It will not execute. A and D. Okay, you can try to execute this particular statement. This is what we have. And did you got the material? Did you get the material or not?
No, sir.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
One moment. Yesterday you received a mail from which mail ID? Mine? You received one activity guide, right? From me?
Shalini.
I also sent us a mail, right? Yesterday.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, sir.
What is the mail ID? From which mail ID you got it?
Wait, I will ping you.
You didn't check it all.
I ping you. Shalini.
I sent a mail. That's what I'm saying.
You okay.
Yesterday I sent a mail to you. What is the mail ID that I used?
About Rawat Lingeshwar gmail.com.
Oh, right. That's what I'm asking. In the same mail, I'm going to send you the material and as well as activity guide. You're not checking your mails also. It's too bad, man. I don't know. Mr. Guna is there today? Okay. I'll remove this. Okay, I'm sending you no, this is a couple of people. You can share with other people. Yeah, you can check your mail and download the material in the zip file and as well as activity. And people who did not receive it, you can ask other people. let me know how much time that you require to complete this one. Once you are completed, please let me know that. Please let me know if you are completed or how much time that you require. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Rao.
Yeah. How much time that you require to complete this? Or are you facing any problem?
No, no, Rao. You can proceed for the Rao.
I can go for the next chapter.
Yeah, Rao.
Okay. Got the material, right? You're able to download that.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Now, there's a previous chapter that we have seen this year. This it's called projection. Now, the next one that we are going to see here is selection, projection and selection. When you talk about here, the selection, we are going to restrict the data. We are going to restrict the data. Okay, that means here why we have to restrict. For example, okay, here we can take a small example. The person, who are the people who joined in the last month? I want to see their details, their first name, last name, and their mobile number, email ID, and all these things. I want to see the people who have joined in the last month. For this one, what do you do? You have to specify month, like no March month, we have to specify, right? Okay, how do you write a query for this? That means you have to restrict. You're not selecting the whole data, right? That means you are selecting the portion of data. That means you are restricting it. The people who joined March 2022. Okay, this is what we want to have. That's, we call it selection. That means the projection means the column that you want to see, and the selection here, we say that where condition. That means we are restricting here. In this particular part, we can say this here. Limit the rows that are retrieved by a query, sort the rows that are retrieved by a query. Okay, that means limiting rows with the where class. And when you are going to use a where class, you can use some comparison operators and special operators, and as well as a logical condition and or not also you can use it. That we'll see all these things now. Okay, when we talk about here, you can see this here. We have employees for the different departments, and we want to see the people who belongs to department number 90. This is what the slide shows here. You can see here, already we have seen the select statement. Okay, that means select star distinct column aliases from table name. Okay, when you talk about the here, you can see this where the logical expressions and all these things you can specify. Okay, when we talk about a select statement, the where class is the one is going to execute. Select statement, the where class is there, the where class is going to execute. Simple logic, in a general logic, I'll tell you. Okay, now, okay, I'm asking you to go through a specific topic in a specific book. That book consists of 2000 pages. What is the first step that you do? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Can you repeat?
I'm asking you to go through a specific topic in a book.
Okay.
That book consists of 2000 pages.
Okay.
What is the first step that you do?
Check index page, which topic I need go to that page.
Pardon? Check index page.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Good. Then you'll get into, okay, right, page number. That's excellent. Okay, now in the same way, I'm looking for, okay, in the same way, okay, when I'm trying to look for some information in the database using a where class, the database is going to, what database is going to do is, it is going to search, it is going to search in a such a way that if that particular information is available, then displays the information. That means it is also maintain some index. It's also maintain some index here. Okay, that's what it's going to do here. Okay, here you can see this here. Using the where class. Select employee ID, last name, job ID, department ID from employees where department ID equal to 90. You can see this here. This one is going to check whether department 90 is available. If it is available, then it is going to get the information. That's what I'm saying. The select statement along with the where condition, the where condition is going to execute. If your department number 90 is there, that means the rest of the column details will be displayed. Whenever you are going to write a where class, select statement is not a case sensitive. Correct? I told you. Okay, but the where class is the, okay, this it's the case sensitive. Why where class? Okay, now here, when select statement is not a case sensitive, why only where class is a case sensitive? The simple thing that you can see here, select employee ID, the last name, the job ID, salary from employees, where the last name equal to, I'm saying King here. We are not able to get the same query. I'm going to write here where last name equal to King in uppercase I'm using here. Still I'm not able to get. Then I'll use here where the last name equal to initial letter capital. Now you can see this here. When I use the lowercase, it says it's no rows selected. When I use uppercase, no rows. When I use the initial letter capital, you can see this here. How exactly the data is presented in a table, in the same way you have to specify, then only you can see this information. That's what it's a case into. Okay. And when you are going to specify, is it clear? Is it clear or not?
Yeah, yes, clear.
All right. Okay, when you are going to specify here the character, and it's a case sensitive, and the date values are format sensitive. What is the date format that you can see here? DD-MON-RR. What do you mean by RR? It's supposed to be YY, right? Correct?
Yes.
Normally here, when you say that, we use only YY, but we are finding something called RR here. Any idea, anyone? RR is the current century. For current century, we are going to use it. That means here, on which year you born, for example. On which year you are born. For example, you born on 1997, for example. Right? When you say this 1997, okay, if I'm going to store, okay, in now I'm storing your date of birth. Okay, if I say 97, there's a possibility to store 2097 also, because the system, we are not defining anything in a system. It can be stored as a 2097. But make sure that always, even if I specify last two digits of the year, automatically the database should be take care of that. If it is going to be 0 to 49, it is going to add 20. After, okay, starting from 50 to 99, if I'm going to store it, automatically it is going to add 1950 to 1999. This is what is going to do the RR format. RR format automatically it is going to take care of it. That we'll see again, once again, when you are going to discuss about the date function. Here you can see the comparison operators. When we talk about this comparison operator equal to, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, not equal to. And here you can also use a not equal to operator. This also you can use for not equal to. This can be used for a not equal to operator. Okay. And here you can see this here, how you are going to use it. The salary less than or 3,000, less than or equal to 3,000. Who are the people who get less than or equal to 3,000? You can identify that. And here you can see this here, between an end operator. Okay, when we talk about this between an end operator, okay, that means the 2,500 and as well as the 3,500 is also is going to be, okay, included. 2,500 is a lower limit, whereas the upper limit is 3,500. When we talk about a between and end, it can be used for numbers, not for, okay, character values, okay, or literals. Okay, this is the one important thing that you have to remember. Okay. Now you can see this here. When you talk about in operator, okay, if you talk about a single value, you can see if you talk about a single, I mean single value, you can use equal to operator. When you are looking for multiple values, okay, then okay, what do you do? Okay, that means here I'll take an example. I'll give one example here. Just a moment. Where employee ID equal to 101, I'm saying here. When I'm going to execute this, you can see this here. We are able to get the one value, but I want to see the multiple values. Then what do? You put here in operator, use in operator 101, 115. Okay, the whole where condition, I'll put it in a second line. Okay, 198. Okay, 204. Okay, these values. Okay, this employee IDs I want to see here. These employee ID details. You can see this here. Okay, that means if you're looking for a single value, then you can use equal to operator. If you're looking for multiple values, then what you have to do is you have to put here, okay, in operator. Okay, now. And here you can also see here like operator. Any person name starting with S, okay, I want to search. Any person name ending with something. Any person, his third character is I. Okay, something like this. This kind of information that you want to search. Okay, the wildcard pattern that you can use it. Here you can use the two special operators. One is going to be percentile, another one is going to be underscore. In this particular scenario, you can see here. Where last name like the person name starts with A, for example, A percentage, I'll say here, whose name starts with A. You can see this here. Whose name ends with the N, for example. Whose name ends with the N. You can see this here. Right. Whose name ends with the E, for example. Oh, sorry. And so N here. I have to specify other side. Sorry. Now you can see this here. And whose name ends with the E, for example. Okay, consider this here. Any person name and the third character is I, for example. This third character is I, for example. Now I'll say here two underscores, then I'll put I. Then I'm going to specify percentile. Underscore denotes a single character, whereas percentile denotes that's here. The percentage did 0 to many characters. That's what you have to understand. You can see the third character I. Okay, all the places. Okay, this way you can use your like operator. Okay, the percentage denotes 0 to 0 or many characters, whereas underscore denotes a single character. That you can see here. The second character is O. Anybody's last name, the second character is O. And you can also, sometimes what will happen, I'm trying to search for underscore in a string, or I'm trying to search for the percentile symbol. These two are meta characters when you are going to use a like operator, correct? In this particular scenario, I'll put here the job ID like, okay, and and here okay, I want to search for SCA underscore. I want to search for underscore. I'll put here dollar underscore. Now I'll say here escape dollar. I'm using escape dollar. Now you can check here. I'm looking for underscore here. You can see this here SCA. In this case, okay, anything which starts with S, and I'm specifying something here underscore. Again, I'm using before and after, before dollar and after. You can see this here. Now what will happen here is that means SCA, SH, ST, everything you can find out, because the second character, whatever it may be. And here in between we are putting dollar, and we are searching for the underscore that we are escaping here. Okay, I'm looking for underscore in a string. Okay, this way you can use it. This is the escape. Okay, here when you talk about here, when you talk about here, equal to is going to be used for a value. I'll use the same query where manager ID equal to null. If it is a value, then you can use a equal to operator. Null is not a value. We are not assigning any value to that. But this is wrong. Then what do you have to do? Okay, you can use here is null. Is null is the operator. You can put here is null. Then try to execute this. You can see this here. The anyone is not reporting to his manager, you can find out. Normally, company directories, the directors, they don't report to anyone. People will be reporting to him. That's what we don't find the manager ID, okay, for this particular person. Now you can see this here. The logical operator. The end logical operator, or logical operator, and not operator. And if the component condition both are going to be true, okay, it is going to be end operator. And that means here you can see the or operator. If any one condition is going to be true, it's going to return. The not return true if the condition is false. Not returns true, false, it returns true, something like this. Here you can see this here, where salary greater than or equal to 10,000 and manager ID equal to so and so. The same one, if you go with the or operator, you can see this more information. Okay, and here you can see this here, not in, not between, not like, not in, you can use it. Everything that means is not null, not in, not between, not like, also you can use it, not operator. If it is there, it's going to be displayed. The rules for precedency, you can see this here. Okay, the which one is going to execute first? Arithmetic operator. In the arithmetic operator also we have a sequence, the division, multiplication like this. Then concatenation operator, that's a pipe symbol. Then comparison conditions. Then you can see this is not null, the like, not in is going to execute, not between is going to execute, not equal to, not logical operator, and logical operator or logical operator. This is what the operator precedency. Okay, to override this, what do you have to do? You have to put them in parentheses. Here you can see this, the first query, or an end operator, both we are using. End is going to execute, then or is going to get executed in the first one. Then the second one that you can see here, or we are executing first. That means we specify the parenthesis here, or we are executing, then we are executing end. You can see this here. The differences, you can check this. Okay, I'll stop here. Okay, then we'll, once you come back from the lunch, we'll see this rest of the part. Okay.
Okay.
Now it is 12:50. 1:50 you can be back. Okay. Can you say something?
Okay. Okay, sir.
Right. 1:50 will join. Okay, then you can go for lunch. Right, can we start?
Yes, sir.
Right. Right. Sorting rows using the order by class. Okay, now so far we have discussed about where class. Now we can see this here. Okay, the order by class. Okay, when we talk about this order by class, we'll say that this is the last class that is going to be get executed in your select statement. The first class is where class, and the last class is going to be order by. Okay, when we talk about this order by any column you specify, by default, it is going to be displayed in ascending order. If you want to display the information in descending order, you have to use a DESC. We also use somewhere else a DESC where the previous chapter we have seen that actually.
Description.
Describe, not description. Describe. Describe table name. Okay, that is a SQL star plus command actually. That's an SQL star plus command. Okay, and DSC is a SQL command. What is the difference? SQL star plus, you can see here. In this one, you can see here. Here you have a, this is SQL star plus. You can see this here. About. This is a, okay, terminal it is showing. Okay. Okay, this is the SQL star plus. Okay, that means when you say here, exit. Okay, again use here SQL plus only, but earlier we called it say SQL star plus. Now you can see this here. Okay, this environment itself, it has some set of commands. Those commands we call it say SQL star plus commands or environmental commands. The describe is the one of the environment command, SQL star plus environment command. Okay, that's what we have to understand. When you talk about here DSC, descending, this you are going to use in a order by class. Now you can see here, there are few things that we have to understand here when we talk about this order by class. I'll select the statement. The department ID. Order by salary. If I'm going to execute this, you can see this here. The salary is going to be in order. You can see this here. It starts with a 2,100 and the maximum that you can see here in the down, complete down, you can see this 24,000. Okay. And here, if I'm going to specify descending, you can see this here. The 24,000 comes top and the 2,100 is going to be in down. Okay. And here you can also check one more thing. If I'm going to execute a statement like this, then I'll say here, order by, I'll say here 3. What is the third column in this particular statement? What is the third column? What is the third column? Anybody is there?
Job ID.
Job ID.
Job ID, right? Okay, that means job ID wise, that means information is going to be get sorted. You can always specify this. Now you can see this here. It starts with the account. That means AC underscore account, AC underscore MGR, AC underscore assistant, AD underscore president. That's where you can see here. Everything that you can find in order. If I'm going to specify here the department ID 5, that means order by 5, number 5. Now you can see here, okay, if I'm going to execute, what is the fifth column? A department ID. Okay, this way it is going to be selected. Okay. Now you can also see this here. Null always is going to be, okay, it is going to take a higher priority. That means that when you talk about null, it will comes in that down. Okay. Okay. In this one, okay, like this you can specify. And you can also use in the order by class, okay, there's multiple columns you can specify here. Whenever you specify multiple columns in the order by class, based on the first column, the second column is going to be get ordered. If I say here, order by salary, comma, department ID. Now you can check this here. If I execute this, you can, this is what you can see, the salary is in order. Are you finding department ID in order? No. Because for that reason only, whenever you are going to use multiple columns in the order by class, based on, okay, in which column you have a more number of redundant values, you try to use that particular column first, then you specify the second column. Now you can see this here, the output, how it is going to be ordered. In department number 10, you have only one value. In department number 20, there are two people and their salaries, you can check that. And department number 30, that means you can see here, okay. Sorry. And the department number 30, you can see here. How many values that you have here? All are in the ascending order. Okay, this is what you have to do it. You can also specify here, either I want to see this, that means department ID is going to be in ascending order and salary should be in a descending order. This also you can do that. You can check this here. Initially, because when I use without descending, 6,000 came here and now the 6,000 is on a down. You can also use here descending off. Okay, both the columns you can specify, it won't be any problem. You can check this, how you are going to get the data. Okay, that means here null comes top, then you can see here the rest of the values. The department number 10, you can find it down, and department number 20, you can see this here. Like this, you can use multiple columns, okay, even in order by class, but make sure that in which column you have redundant values, that column should be specified immediately after order by class. So that what will happen, based on that column, the other columns also is going to be get sorted and it will put them in your based on your value. If you don't specify anything, it is going to be in ascending order. If you specify, that's going to be in descending order based on the first column only. Right? Is it clear?
Yeah, clear, Rahul.
Right. And one more thing that you can also understand here, whenever you are going to write a select statement, okay, and here I'm using here salary into 12. I'll say here ANN underscore annual sal. Here you can always use here, that means alias names only in the order by class. Because unless and until your select statement is not executed, you will not be able to get your alias name. Okay, that is what here you can check here. The annual salary is in a order now. You can check this here. Alias names you can use only in order by class. No other classes you cannot use alias name. Okay, got it?
Got it, Rob.
Now, okay, there's a one important thing that you can identify here. Okay, in this particular one order by class, you can also use the row limiting class. Actually, this one is available only from 12c version. Prior to 12c, you don't have this. SQL row limiting class in a query. The row limiting class in a query, in a sense, so that means you want to see the first 5 rows. Okay, once you get the first 5 rows, next set of 5 rows, you want to see that. Okay, such kind of option is possible from this row limiting class. This is available only from 12c version. Prior to 12c, you don't have. Okay, starting from 12c, any version you can use it. That means later versions, not before versions. Okay, and here you can see the syntax. That means order by. Okay, offset row or rows you can specify. The fetch first 5 rows or next set of rows, or in that you can specify percentage of rows or row or rows, you can use it only with the ties. Only the last rows that you want to get it, you can get it. You're using this particular option, right? Here you can see this here. Select employee ID first name from, okay, that means here order by employee ID, fetch first 5 rows only. Okay, here we are using employee ID. Which column that you are using, okay, order by class. Based on that one, okay, you can see here. Order by employee ID. Fetch first 5 rows only. You can see this only first 5 rows you got it. The same way, then you can also get the next set of rows, for example. Okay, fetch. In this case, you can use something like this. Offset 5. Okay, offset 5 rows. Fetch. Instead of first, use here next to 5 rows only. Okay, previously you got 100 to 104. Now you can see this 105 to 100. And I want to have here, okay, 15 rows, for example, not the first 5 rows, the next set of 15 rows I want to have here. You can do that. You can see this here. Starting from 105 to, you can see this 119. Okay. That's what you can use it here. The fetch rows and first 5 rows and offset of the next 5 rows that you can use it. Now, substitution variables. This is the one important thing that you have to understand. Sometime back I told you, okay, now only, okay, SQL command and SQL star plus command. The substitution variables comes under SQL star plus commands only. Here you can see this here. Okay, that sometimes you enter a department ID. The department ID you are keep on changing it. First you insert, okay, you specify the value 10. Then after some time you enter the department ID 50, something like this. Okay, here you can see this here. Probably with the example we'll try to understand. Where department ID equal to, okay, 10 I am saying here. Okay, the department number 10 value I'll be able to see here. The same query again and again I'm executing, but I'm changing the value here. Okay, now I want to use a 20. Okay, it's like, no, it's sometimes it is going to be a problem when you're going to execute this kind of queries, okay, at your, okay, SQL plus. You can also check here. Oh. You know, you can see here. What happened here? It says something that, like, no, now again I want to execute with a different value I want to execute, but it's not possible. The same value it is taking. In this scenario, what I'm going to do here is, instead of this, I'm going to put here ampersand A. Okay. Whenever I'm going to execute this one, okay, the system should ask me to enter the department value. That's what sometime back also I told you, ampersand don't use everywhere. Don't use a special character ampersand. Okay, here you can check this. If I'm going to execute, it is going to ask you to enter the value. I'm entering department number 30. Now you can see the 30 values you can find out here. The same way, if you go back to here, you know, if I'm going to execute, initially I'm giving 10. Now again, if I'm going to execute, it'll ask you to enter the value. Again, I'm going to execute, I'm giving 30. Now you can see this here, what is the old and what is the new? Here you can find out old and new in SQL Start Plus only, not in SQL Developer. What is the old value? Ampersand E. What is the new value? 30 you entered. Now if I say here, the department number 40, you can see this here, the 40 value. Okay, this is called substituting. That means what exactly this, okay, when you use ampersand variable name, A is the variable. Okay, the name of the variable is A. Okay, whenever you are going to execute, it will ask you to enter the value. Either you can submit a value, that particular value is going to be substituted in your query, then query is going to get executed. Okay, this is what is going to happen. Okay, this one will try to understand where else, where and all you can use a substitution variables. The substitution variables temporarily stores a value within a single ampersand or multiple ampersand, that the double ampersand. Okay, when you talk about in a where condition, order by class, column expression, table names, and entire select statement also you can use your, okay, the substitution variables. Okay, in this case, you can see here, okay, when it comes to here, SQL developer, it is going to give a small window. There you can enter a value. Okay. Now here you can see this. If it is going to be a character, then what do you have to do? If it is going to be a character, then what do you have to do? Okay, here I'll say here. I use the last name probably. You just put it in single quotes. Now you just try to execute this query. Okay, here I'm using here. Cool. You can see that the value you can find out here. Okay, that means if it is a character value and date value should be enclosed with the single quotation marks. Okay. If it is a number, you just specify a number. It won't be any problem. You need not put them in a single quotes, but the single quote should be specified along with your ampersand and the variable. Both should have within a single quotes. That's what here also you can identify that. Single quotation marks for the date and character values. Okay, here you can see this here, the where condition, the complete condition that I can also pass here. The complete condition. Instead of this, what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to specify here ampersand A here, ampersand A. If I'm going to execute, it is going to ask me to enter the value. Where salary greater than 5,000, I'm saying here. You can see this here. Again, you execute. Where, sorry, last name equal to King. Sorry. One moment. We should not specify that. Equal to king. And oh, yeah. Okay, consider this here. It should be specified in single quote once. Okay. Now, like this, you can specify any column name. When you talk about the double ampersand, for example, here, I'm going to specify here double ampersand. And I'm using here DNO, I'm going to specify here. I'm using here equal to ampersand A, I'm saying here. Now, if I'm going to execute, you can see this, what will happen. Okay, department ID I'm using here. The A value I'm saying here 20. Now we can see here. Okay, what is the column name? Did you specify anywhere department ID in a select statement? No, but use a DNO. Here also DNO. Automatically it is giving get the department ID. Okay, throughout this session, you can use it. Now I'm writing one more select statement here. Select ampersand of DNO, department name. Employees. You can see this here. Oh, location. Oh, sorry. The departments. Okay. Did I use a department name, a department ID here? You can check this here. You're able to find department ID here. The same query you can take here. It will ask for the department. You can see. Now here itself, you can select the previous query. Oh. Okay, here I'll say here. Oh. That's gone actually. One moment. Again, I'm going to paste it here. You can see this here. Still it is asking a value. It is not asking DNA value. Okay, you can see this here. Automatically it is giving a slash. Okay, in such kind of scenarios, undefined DNO. Okay, now I'm going to execute the same query. You can see here. Now it is going to ask the DNO, department ID, and the A value. Now you can see here. Now I'm going to write here, select ampersand of DNO, department name, location ID from employees. You can, sorry, location
From departments.
department. You can see this. Did I specify anywhere this? It's asking DN1 value. You can see here. Once you specify the double ampersand value, throughout the session, you can use that particular the variable value throughout the session. Okay. That's what here you have to enter. Single ampersand is going to be something and double ampersand is going to be throughout the session. Every time you have to enter for the single ampersand, whereas double ampersand, okay, you can enter once. And next time if you want to refer, you can specify ampersand variable name. And you can also use something called, now if you don't want to use that DNO anymore, okay, undefined DNO you can specify. Again, if you want to define something, you can also do this one. Define A equal to 10. Now, if you say here, define A, you can see this here, A equal to 10. Define, sorry, select employee ID, last name, job ID, hire date from employees. Employees, where department ID equal to 40. I'm saying here. Oh, sorry, department ID equal to A. It's not 40 A. You know, we can say this here somewhere. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. You just use ampersand A. What is the A value? That you can see this here. You are able to find automatically 10 value. You can see this here, undefined A. Now, if you say here, define A, symbol A is undefined. This way you can use it. Whenever you are using something here, any statement that you are executing, you can see this here. Okay, you're getting something called old and new. Okay, now here I don't want to display that. Show verify. First you can use it. The verification is on. Okay, because of that reason you get old and new. I'll say here, set verify off. Now the same query you try to execute here. Okay, 30 I'm saying here. Now you can see this. Are you getting the old and new now? Even anywhere you sit here, you see this old and new. But now you don't get any more old and new. When you say set verify off, again I'm making it on. This is possible only in SQL Star Plus. Don't use this one in a SQL developer. Now you can check here. You define and verify. Okay, you can use this define. Okay, you can use wherever you want and undefine it. Set verify on and off. You can use a show. Which four of the following are valid operators for the where class? Greater than or equal to, is null, not equal to, is like, in between, less than and greater than. Which four of the following are valid operator for the where class?
Sir, C and A.
A,
C.
okay.
B.
D,
B for ball.
okay. A, okay. A for A, B, okay.
Uh, I know the three, sir.
A, B, C, and F.
F. Okay.
Okay. C is not equal to. I already give this when I'm going to explain about the operator. Right. Now you just try to do a practice. Okay, in the activity guide, you can open it and you will be able to see this, like, no, what you are supposed to do in that. The Word document. Okay. Which one that you are asking, Dinesh Kumar? Mention something here. Kindly share the password or we create a new password.
So now it's fine, sir. That HR password.
Your password is HR only.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Username is HR and password is also HR.
Okay, sir.
Okay, how much time that you require to practice this?
So 30 minutes.
Okay. So 3 o'clock, we'll go for the next chapter. All of them are completed, or anyone like no? Madan, can you share your screen once? Madan? Can you hear me? Anybody is there?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Madan? Madan? Selva? Can you share your screen? What happened, Selva? You have written only 2 queries so far. Hmm? What are you doing? You have not written any single select statement apart from the first one. I'm not able to hear anything. Janani, stop sharing, Chalva. Yeah, I'm going to share your performance today with your manager. There's no doubt about it. Okay. Where is Madan? Madan? Janani? Janani,
Yeah, sir.
can you share your screen?
I already informed you that before itself.
That is yesterday.
Yeah, sir. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm saying. Already informed you. So 2-3 days I can't use in my.
Um,
In future I will do.
Soumya, can you share your screen? Okay, can you scroll up? Good. Right. Okay. 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 You can stop sharing. Akash,
Yes, sir.
can you share your screen?
Okay, sir. Can you see?
Yeah, yeah. You have written very few. I gave half an hour time. I
Yes,
don't
sir.
know what's the problem. Okay. Jayprada.
Some of the output not came, sir.
Oh, I'm here only, right? I'm here only. You should ask me why I'm sitting here.
Sir, I have done some simple mistake only, sir, that I have corrected
Oh,
on.
so what? But that means you should ask me, even if it is a simple or silly doubt. Also, you should ask me.
Okay, sir.
Okay, you can stop sharing it.
Okay, sir.
Jayprada, you can share your screen. Once you stop sharing it,
Sir, now only it's opened for me, sir. I didn't do much.
this is really I'm not you people are not having any seriousness. Okay, better Lakshmi, are you there? Deepa,
Yes, Rao.
this is like no, they are not doing anything, Lakshmi.
Acha, BTL, just log off for 10 minutes. I will
Okay.
talk to these team members. I'll just ask you to log in once again. Sure.
Okay, you better
I'll stop
talk
the
to
recording.
yeah, I'll stop the recording.
Sure.
Yeah, right.
I'll talk to
Okay.
them and understand their concern. Hi, BTL. Thank you so much, BTL.
All right. Okay. Please let me know if you want some additional time, but make sure that you have to work with the queries. If you don't understand, please let me know that I can explain once again. I don't have any problem. But if you don't do that, then definitely, like no, yeah, I'll not be able to bear that. See, even if I'm taking money for your session also, end of the day, I should feel that my participants are understand that. Okay, this satisfaction gives me, okay, more than money. Understand this. Everybody is there. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
See, this is one thing. Like no, if I'm asking you only. Okay, how much time that you require to practice? Only 10 minutes I'm giving for practice, something like that. I'm saying, I'm asking you only, right? Okay, please understand the importance of the training. Okay, right. Okay, now you want to have a break or we'll continue for the next topic?
We'll continue.
Okay, okay. Actually, I have a small meeting at 4:30 and I'll be back by half an hour. Okay, I'll keep the Zoom meeting intact. Okay, I'll once I complete my meeting, I'll be back. Okay.
Sure.
Right.
Okay.
Probably 4:30. I can give a break. Is it okay, right?
Yeah, fine.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Right. Okay. Any doubts in the previous chapter?
No.
See, right. Actually, SQL is the one thing you should continuously do some practice. Then only you can remember, because tomorrow once you go to project, you are going to write more number of queries. Probably yesterday there is a guy called Guna. He attended my session. Okay, now he is working with the more of the queries only. You can ask him, okay, we are going to work with the queries or we are going to work with the Linux commands. See, some senior guys attending along with us, you just try to identify, like, what kind of things that they are going to do on a project. Okay, you can focus on that. That's more important. Okay, rather than, okay, like, no, if you ask him, any of you have his number or any of his mail ID or something, you try to get his number and try to talk to him. Okay. And how many of you are from Tamil Nadu? How many of you are from Karnataka? How many of you are from other states? Please let.
Tamil Nadu, uncle.
Okay.
From
Tamil Nadu.
One after another. One after another. One after another. Krishnaraj, you are from?
Tamil Nadu, sir.
Okay. Gerard, you are also from Tamil Nadu. Selva is also Tamil Nadu. Okay. Ashraf?
Tamil Nadu, sir.
Okay. Majid is not there. Okay. Madan?
Sir, I am also from Tamil Nadu.
I called you n number of times. You are not responded.
Actually, I have to watch.
Right. Okay. Who is the one who is not from Tamil Nadu? Anybody is not from Tamil Nadu? Oh, everybody is from Tamil Nadu only.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
I hope
But
you are the one.
I'm also from Tamil Nadu, Tiruchi.
Oh, fine, fine, fine. Great.
Okay, okay, okay then. But I cannot take, because this is getting recorded, I cannot take the session in Tamil. But if you ask me a doubt in Tamil, definitely I can respond that. Okay. If you have any doubt, then can. I think Jayprada, you are also from Tamil Nadu.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay then. No issue. Okay. But the session is getting recorded, and this recording has to submit to your management. Okay. Suddenly, if they ask something, then it will be a problem. Even trainer is also delivering this class in Tamil, means that it won't work. Okay, understand the importance, and you can ask me Tamil. Okay, in a Tamil, then while doing practice, you can ask me in Tamil. I can also reply in a Tamil. Okay,
Okay.
you're right. Okay. Now we are going to see this next topic called functions. Okay, what do you mean by function? Any idea? Anyone?
No idea, sir.
No, sir.
Yeah. Someone trying to say, yeah, tell me. See, when you are going to talk about, okay, the set of instructions are going to execute based on an argument. For example, here, okay, here we can see this here. Just a moment, I'll open. You're able to see my screen, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, here I want to see the in employees table. If I'm going to list out all the salaries, okay, we are seeing that to 2100, like no 24,000, something like that. Correct? Okay, anyone is getting, okay, who is getting a maximum salary? Who is getting a minimum salary? How do I write a query for this? Actually, when we talk about here, some problem. Okay, if I say here, select max of salary from employees. Okay, what is this max? Okay, here itself, I'm going to specify min of salary. This is the minimum salary and maximum salary. Okay, the someone is getting to 2100, someone is getting 24,000. Okay, we are able to identify both minimum and maximum, but you have to understand what is this max, what is this min.
Rao,
Okay, this is called function.
Rao,
Yeah.
I'm not able to view a screen. Only that.
Oh, just a
was
moment.
paused, I think
Oh,
so.
right. I can just a moment. Now,
Yeah, it's visible.
right. Okay. Here you can see this here. I'm using a select max of salary from employees. I'm using max of salary and as well as minimum of salary from employees. Okay, what is this max? What is this min? Max and min, these two are functions. Okay, that means function, when we talk about a function, it's a set of instructions Okay, based on your argument, what is the argument? Your salary column is an argument or parameter. Okay, based on this particular column values, it is going to identify who is the person who is getting a maximum salary. That means this function is going to perform some action to find out who is the person who is getting a, okay, which one is the highest one, which one is the least one. It's going to be get identified. That's what we say, that here this is an argument, this is a function, and it performs some action, and finally it is giving the value. Okay, here that we are going to discuss here. There are two types of functions we have. The different, okay, they describe the various types of functions available. Okay, use the partition by, order by, windowing. This is not there. Okay, single row function. When you talk about here, you can see this here, and this is a function, and we are passing argument. Okay, in the max and min, I passed only one argument, that is called salary. When we talk about here, okay, there's a multiple arguments we are passing, and it performs an action. Finally, it is going to give a single value. Okay, it's written single value. Okay, this is what it's going to do that. Now here, one important thing that we have to understand here is, okay, in Oracle, okay, if you want to get some value, okay, how do you get it? You should have some function, built-in function. If it is not, if you are not able to get with your built-in function, you can define your own function. Okay, that in PLSQL we can say this. You can define your own function, and you can get that desired output. Okay, if that particular function is not available with the built-in functions, when you say that, all these functions which are available in Oracle database. Okay, how to see that? How to see all the functions? Here, I think there is some problem with my mission. Just a moment. Okay, here, if you want to see all the built-in functions in Oracle database, this is the command. Please make a note of it. Okay, select. Sysdot standard. Wait. All right. You can only describe, sir. Sorry. You can describe sysdot standard. You can see this each and every argument, that means a function that you can identify here. There are so many functions which are available in Oracle database. All this, okay, functions or belongs to standard package. All these functions are belongs to standard package. Okay, the package, Normally we say that, okay, when you say package, you can have more than one, right? Okay. In the same way, here also you are going to have multiple functions are available. These functions are categorized into two parts. One is called single row function, another one is a multi-row function. A single row functions, when it says that it takes a single value, performs an action, and it is going to give the output. Whereas it will take multiple values and performs an action and it is going to give the value. Here, what is a single row function? Simple thing that we can see first here. Then we'll go for our own after and all the things. Select upper of last name. And I'm using here last name also from employees. Now you can see this here. All the names are getting converted into uppercase. Can see this here. It takes each and every value from employees table last name and it is getting converted into uppercase. That's what here single row functions. Now you can see this here. Each and every name, whatever the name that you find at the right side, the left side, you can see that's been converted into uppercase. Abel, Andy, Atkinson, Austin, Bear, Baida, Banda, you can see that. Okay, this is possible. Okay. Understand the single row function? Whereas multi-row function is nothing but the max and min or comes under the multi-row function. Max and min will comes under. It takes all the values. That means in how many employees are there? Each and every employee salary from first employee to last employee salaries are going to be selected and it performs an action. Finally, it gives a single value. Okay. Now we can see this here. Here we are going to discuss first single row functions. When we talk about the single row function, okay, what are the things that the single row functions do is here? Manipulate data items. That means it's going to manipulate. That means it can change the data type. It can accept argument and return one value. Okay, that means multiple arguments. That means you can see this here. The first one. How many arguments are there? Okay, three or n number of argument, but you are sending to function, but it performs an action. Finally, how many values you get? Single value only. Even you pass accept argument, it can accept multiple argument and return a one value. Act on each row that is returned. Act on each row. Okay, for each and every employee name is been converted into uppercase, isn't it? It's been converted into, that means it's taking delay. Okay, that means it's converted into uppercase. Doran is taking and converted into uppercase. Like this is what it's doing it here. Correct? Okay. Return one result per row. For every value, it is returning a value. Okay, that means we modify the data type. It can also change the data type. It can be nested. It can be nested. Okay, it can be nested. Function within a function you can have. It is going to accept the argument that can be a column or an expression. That can be a column or expression. Now we can say this here. There are 5 types of functions are available. Okay, that means character, number, okay, the date, okay, conversion, and general functions. Okay, you can use these functions. Okay, each and everything is going to perform a different task. Just a moment. right? Sorry. Okay, here you can see this here. These are the 5 types of functions which are available. Okay, in this one, you can see this here. Okay, you have a character functions, date functions, okay, number functions, all the stuff. Okay, now here, the character functions. When you talk about this character functions, okay, there again you find 2 types. Case conversion, okay, and character manipulation. The case conversion means either you can convert into uppercase, lowercase, okay, init cap. Here itself you can see that. I'll open SQL developer so that it'll be easy for you. Select upper of last name, init cap, last name from employees. Now you can see here, this one, if I'm going to execute, you can see this, yeah, all these things are going to be get converted into uppercase, lowercase, okay, like this, you can check this. Okay, here you can see this. And if you want to originally how it has been there in a table, that also you can check. If I say here, originally how the data is in table column, you can check here. This is the original one, and we are converted into uppercase, or I'm going to use here, okay, init cap, we don't want to say here. I use here init cap of the job ID. I'll put here job ID also, so that you will have a clarity how this function is working and how it is getting converted. Now we can see this here. This is the original column job ID, and you can see this only first character is being converted into uppercase. Okay, here you can see this, it is converted in, this is the original one, it is converted into lowercase, and this is converted into uppercase. All 107 rows got converted into like no uppercase, lowercase, and init cap. You can check this. Okay, this way you can use it. Okay, and any doubts so far?
The unit cap means not only first letter. I mean, after underscore also it is mentioned.
Like it is starting a new character, right?
Okay, okay, fine, fine.
Right, that means initial capital.
Oh, yeah.
That means, right, init cap is the initial capital, right? Next, that we'll see here. The next thing here, you can see this character manipulation. Here you have a concat, substring, length, instring, lpad, rpad, ltrim, rtrim, replace. Now we'll see this also one after another. When we talk about here, a concat, that means you can use a pipe symbol, but concat is a function. Concat is a function. You can concat 2 strings. I'll say here the first name, comma, last name. Here, how many arguments you are passing? Okay, I'll say here name. I'll say this is a name. Okay, if I'm going to execute this, okay, now we can see this here, both are concatenated, right? Okay, now here you can check this. One more point. Okay, in this particular scenario, okay, How many arguments you are passing here? How many arguments? First name and last name, 2 arguments. Now I want to pass, okay, that means I want to have a space between first name and last name. Then what do you do? It cannot accept more than 2 arguments. Maximum you can pass 2 arguments. Okay, now what I'll do is here, I'll add one more concat function here. Okay, here what I'm going to do here is I'll give a space, then I'll close this, then I'll put a comma. You know what happened here? You can see that this is the one I'm using here. For this one, I'm using this. Now, if I'm going to execute this, now we can see this here. This is the another argument. Here you can see that this is the another argument. In this case, this one is going to execute first, then the second concat is going to execute. Is it clear?
Yes, clear.
All right, right. Okay, now that's what concat. Then what do you have the function, next function? Okay, a substring. The name itself you can understand. Substring. For example, in our class itself, you can see this. There are so many people are there. Ashraf Ash. Yeah, you can see this here. Select sub str. Str. Okay, there are 2 names are there. Even if you talk about Dinesh Kumar, okay, Akash, Antro, okay. Yeah, any name you can take here. For example, I'll take Ashraf. Ashraf. Ash. Okay, here in this one, I want to get only Ashraf. Then what do you do? You say here 1, 2, starting from first character, 6 characters I want to have here. From dual, you can use. There is a table called dual. Dual is a public table. Dual is a public table. Anyone can work with this dual table. Whenever you are using some expressions, you can use this. You can see this here. Now we see only Ashraf. But I want to have here only Ash. Then what I'll do here is starting from 8th position. You can see this here. You get only Ash. But if you want to have the next, that means next set of characters, only I want to have AS. Then what do you have to do? Starting from 8, 2. Then you can see this here. You get AS. If you don't specify, after, that means starting from 8th position, how many characters that you have, everything is going to be selected. Everything is going to be selected. This is called, okay, substring. Okay, clear? Minimum 2 arguments. Maximum you can pass 3 arguments in substring. Okay, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. The next that we have here is length. Length is a function. It is going to take a character argument. I'm saying here select last name, length of last name from employees. Now you can see here this one. Each and every name length is going to be given. Okay, takes the character argument and returns a number. It changes the data type. It changes the data type that you can see here. the length function. Then we have here in string. Or okay. Here you can see this here. Select INSTR. Any character position that you want to identify here. Okay, I'm saying here Mississippi. I want to identify the I position in this particular string. From dual, I'm saying here. You can see this I position is 2. Here, where do you have I? 2. Second position. But in this case, I want to have something called we want to have something called the second occurrence of I. Then you have to pass more number of arguments. Where it is displaying the second position of I. Where do you find the second position of second I occurrence or the second position? Okay, starting from the first character, second occurrence of I. This is where you have to specify. 1 indicates starting position, 2 indicates second occurrence. Okay, third occurrence. And fourth occurrence. Fourth occurrence. Okay. Okay. Now, if I say here, fifth occurrence, do you have fifth I in this Mississippi? I1, I2, I3, I4.
No.
Okay, there's I is there, and after that, 4, after 4 I's. I mean to say this maximum 4 I's are there in Mississippi. Okay, if I say 5, automatically it is going to return 0. You can see this. Right? Okay, that means in string is a function, it accepts a minimum 2 arguments and maximum 4. Okay. Now, next one you have here LPAD, RPAD. Now here, select, you work for NSE. Okay, the full name? Full name.
National Stock Exchange.
Okay. I'll say here NSE. Okay, 3 characters we have. Now I want to have 5 stars before that. Okay, NSC, how many characters you have? 5. And 5 stars you want to have. Total length is going to be 8 characters. Well, oh, just a moment. Oh, sorry. 8 should be in the middle and the star should be here. You can see this here. The total length must and should you have to specify. The total length, the must and should you have to specify. How many characters you have in your string? 3 characters, NSC 3 and 5 stars I want to have here. In this case, you can also use right side, I want to have a 5 stars. You just use here RPAD. If I want to have both the sides, the left side and right side, you can use here RPAD off. Again, put a star here. Now we can see this here, left side and right side. You can find for both the sides. You can see 5 stars. Is it clear? Pad means adding. Left side you want to pad or right side you want to pad it. You can specify that. Okay. The next that we have here is trim. Select trim. Trim means cutting. Here you can see this here. If I say here H from hello, from dual. You can see this H has been trimmed. You can also use something like this. Select L trim. L trim. Hello. I want to trim left side. HE. I want to remove it here. From dual. You can see this here. In the same way, R trim. Here, the right side characters you have to specify. OL. Sorry, LO. Okay. Now we can see this here. Double is L is going to be get trimmed. Immediately you have the same character. LL. Only he you are going to get it. Understand?
It's rough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And one more thing that we have here is select a replace. I'm using a jack here. I want to have in place of J, I want to have BL. Okay, you can see this here. It is replacing in place of J, it is replacing with the BL. You can have more than one character. You can replace it. More than one character, you can replace it. That's always possible. You can also see few more queries here. Just a moment. Select star from employees, where upper of last name equal to, if I use upper, I have to specify the name also in upper. Now you can see this here. what will happen? All the names are going to be converted into uppercase while selecting the information. Wherever it finds that matched information, that information is going to be selected. Like this, you can use it. And one more thing also, you can do this. Select star from employees, where substring of the last name 1 comma -1 equal to n, whose name ends with the n. You can see this here. Sorry. Whose name ends with the n. You can see this here. All the n names you can find out. The ending with the n, you can see this here. Dehan, Astin, Chen, Yurman, Allman, Atkinson. Okay, like this, you can find out. Okay. Is it clear? Now we can see this here. Lower of SQL, upper of SQL course, init cap of SQL course. You can see this. The last name equal to Higgins, lower last name equal to Higgins. You can say that. The concat, you can see that. The substring, length, in string, lpad, rpad. You can see this, how you are going to use it. Okay. Nested function. Already we have seen the nested functioning part. Okay. Function within a function. Okay. Inner function is going to work first. That means F1 will work. The F1 result is going to be used by F2. F2 results are going to be used by F3. This way it's going to work. Here you can see this one example. Okay. Upper of concat substring. You can see this here. Upper concat substring. What we are using substring, last name 1 comma 8. In a last name, first character to 8 characters we are taking. That we are concatenated with this one underscore US. And you are converting that one into uppercase. You're converting that one into uppercase. That's what you can see this here. Okay. Okay. We'll do one thing now. I'll stop here. Okay, 4:15 and 4:30 you can come back. Okay, then you can practice with this character functions. Then we'll go for number functions. Okay, I don't want to trouble you, but make sure that everyone should work with this functions. It's very important. Okay, in normally in application we are going to use this functions. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right. Right. Okay. You can come back at 4:30. Then okay, we'll see that. I'll if I started my meeting, okay. Otherwise, we'll continue it with that. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You started working with the functions.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay. We'll complete that functions part. The remaining numbers and date also we have. Then you can practice all those things. Yep, but make sure that today you try to complete. We have discussed 4 chapters. All the 4 chapters you try to complete today. Okay.
Okay.
I'll take all these things. Like no, I shared all the material, right? The complete material has been shared. You can try to go for it. The activity guide also you can check that. Through activity guide, you do it. Okay, there you will have a questions actually. Okay, based on the questions, you try to identify the answer, and you will have a good, you can gain a good knowledge actually. Now you can see here, we have here number functions. When you talk about this number functions, okay, there are so many number functions we have. Morning, I told you one document actually that you can download from docs.oracle.com. Okay, from this particular site, you can download Oracle database. SQL language, references. This particular document you can download from this site. You just make a note of it. In this particular document, you can find n number of functions actually. Okay, here you find very few. In that particular document, you can find. When we talk about here, numeric function, you have a round, trunk, sail, floor, mod, power, sqrt, all your mathematical functions also you can use in Oracle database. You never find any problem. That's what I'm saying. You just download the document, you can see all the other functions, number functions, and as well as character, date functions, you can check. When we talk about this round function, where is my, yeah. Right, you're able to see my SQL developer.
Yes.
So select round off. Round function is going to give you the nearest or greatest value. For example, if I say here 7.4567, 2. Okay, and I'll say here sale. The same value I'm going to specify here, 7.4567. Okay, from dual. Now you can see here, I used here, when you go with this round function, after decimal point, how many digits you want to have, you can specify. Whereas sale, you cannot specify that. You can see this here. Here you can see this here. Okay, if you specify 7 point, that means 456. Okay, actually 456, it is giving 46. Okay, this way you can always go for it, right? Okay, here you can also put one more. Okay, I'm using this. Now you can see the difference here. Sale and floor, you don't find any difference if you don't specify decimal point after decimal point. Now you can see here, because you have here 4. Okay, now if you say here 5 here also, then you can see this here. 5 and above, if you have in the round function, automatically it is going to be rounded to next value. You can see here. Now we can see this here. If you have a 4, it says that 48. If here, when it comes to sale, okay, whatever you have after decimal point, that means automatically it is going to be rounded to the next one. The same way, you can also see here floor and trunk. Sorry, I'll use the floor here. Nearest or less than value it is going to give. trunk. Trunk. Now you can see the difference here. It gives a 4, 5. Okay, that's in the round you get 4, 6. Okay, you can see this here 78, 78. Even if you are going to have 9, 9 also, it's going to be the 78 only. Okay, that's a difference that you can understand. Here, few more things that you can see here. Select round off. Yeah, 78 points. 4, 5, 6, 7. Comma -1 I'm using here. If you use a -1, what will happen? You can check this. The before decimal point is going to be get rounded completely. That you can see this 80. Now, if I'm going to specify here 2 more digits, if I say here 1 only these two digits are going to get rounded. You can check this. If you have a 4 digits and you use a -1, you can check this 7870. If I say -2, these 3 digits are going to get rounded. You can check this. Oh, sorry. 867 is going to be get rounded. Oh, I use 22. Sorry. You can see that. Okay, that means 800 become. If you say here -3, then you can see this here. All the 4 digits are going to be get rounded. You can see that 8000. Okay, this way it is going to work. Okay. Now, when you talk about a mod function, it's always is going to give the reminder. You can see this here, return the remainder of a division. You can see these examples also. You can try to execute round of 923,2, round of 923,0, round of 9.5.923 -1. You can see the differences. And trunk also same thing. Okay, the mod function you can see here, this example. Okay, I'm trying to retrieve the even and odd numbers. For example, if you want to get even and odd numbers, then you can use here the even numbers. Okay, the mod of employee ID, 2. That means you divided by 2. If you are going to get 0, then you can see those employee IDs. Okay, this is what we have about the number functions. Then you can see this. You are working with the dates. When you are going to work with the dates, you can see this here. Oracle database is going to store all that means the date into numeric format. Date, month, year, hours, minutes, seconds. Okay. And the century information and GMT information, everything is going to be get stored in a numeric format. Okay. But the default format it displays DD-MON-RR format it displays. What is the use of this one means? Actually, sometime back we had a Y2K problem. Okay, year 2000 problem. When we talk about this year 2000 problem, okay, if you want to, when you are going to work with the project, maximum 100 years of data that you can work, right? Okay, now in this case, you can see that, okay, I want to store 1968, for example, in the database. If I say 68, automatically it is going to store 2068. I don't want to do that. Okay, that automatically the database has to take care of it. For that only they introduced the RR format. This RR format, what it is going to do is when you store 68, automatically it is going to store as a 1968. When you store something called 22, 23, 24, automatically it is going to be stored as a 2022, 2023, 2024, something like that. That's what here you can see this. Now we are in 21st century. The 21st century dates in the, okay, that means enable you to store 21st century dates in the 20th century by specifying only the last 2 digits of the year. Okay, enable you to store 20th century dates in the 21st century in the same way. Here you can see this example. Okay, the current year is 1995. The specified date is 27 October 95. The RR format is going to store 1995. Even YY format is also going to store 1995. But the current year is 1995. But you want to store, that means the next value, that means the 27 October 2017. RR format stores 1997, sorry, 2017, whereas YY format is going to store as 1917. The 2001 is the current year. Now you want to store 27 October 17. Both the places you find 2017 only. Okay, here you can say store 2001. Okay, the specified date is 27 October 95. The RR format is going to be 1995, whereas YY format is going to store 2095. You can see the difference. In this case, you can see this 0 to 49 will comes under the current century, whereas 50 to 99, they return the date in the century before the current one. Okay, that means the previous century. Okay. Okay. Okay, here you can see this, the return date in the century after the current one, they return the date in the current century. Okay, that's why it is going to be get stored. Now you can see here, sys date. You want to see the system date. Okay, what is the date of today? Okay, how to get that one? Select sys date from a dual. You can see this here. Select current date from dual. Either way you can use it, either state or current date you can use it. Okay, both are going to give the same result. Okay. In this case, it's a function, sysdate is a function. It always gives the current date. And you can also see some more thing. Okay, session time zone and current timestamp. You can also see the time zone information. Now we can see here the time zone information. Okay, that's time zone, America, New York. This is what the time zone. Okay, here the timestamp that you can see here. Okay, this is what the timestamp. You can see this here, 22nd April 22, 7:40:57. Okay, it's AM. That means in the remote system we are using American time actually. Okay, the America, New York time you are using it here. That's what here. Session time zone means America, New York, the time zone information. And whereas here, the date and time, you can see that. Okay. Now, arithmetic with the dates. You can add, subtract date values with any value. Whenever you are going to do this one, it is going to add the number. You can see here. If I say here, if I say select sysdate plus 67 from dual, I'm adding 67 days actually. After adding 67 days, what is the date that you are going to find? You can say this here. April Okay, now we are in April, right? That means 67 days means May, June, right? You can see this 28 June. Okay, here you can also minus, select sysdate minus 67 from dual. You can see this here. Okay, if I'm going to minus it, the 14th February it is coming. Okay. This way you can find here, you can make minus, add a subtraction, addition things with the dates. You can do that. That's what here you can find. If you want to have the number of hours, add hours to by dividing the number of hours by 24. You can also do this. Okay, here you can see this here. How many weeks back we had the employee? How many weeks back we had the employee? For this one, you can say here, select sysdate minus higher underscore date divided by 7 from employees. If you're going to execute this, number of weeks back we had the employee, you can see this here, 1,818 weeks back. You can also use here the round. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can use here the round. Now, if you're going to execute, you can see this here. You don't get this decimal points. You can see that. Okay. This way you can find about here. Okay. The number of weeks back we had. And here, a date function. What are the function that we have here? Months between, add months, next day, last day, round, trunk. Actually here, with this one, most of the banking applications you can complete it. You can see this here in my local system. If I say here, sysdate from dual. This is my local system. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'll use a round off sysdate. Round off sysdate from dual. You can see this here. What you are getting? Already we are completed 12 hours. Okay, more than 12 hours, right? The next, like, no, this is what. If you say here, the month. Okay, if you use month here. Now you can see here, first way. Already we are completed, okay, 15th April. Okay, here if you say here, instead of month, the YY, okay, it is going to show you 1st Jan, okay, 23. Sorry, 22. After June, if you are going to execute, it is going to show 1st Jan 23. Okay, the trunk you don't find any difference. Okay, the round function is going to work like this. And here in a remote system, you can check. In a remote system, you check here. Select round off sysdate. From dual. You can see this today's date only, it is going to be displayed. Okay, we are not class the, okay, so the means 12 hours. Still it's showing that morning date only, right? Sometime back we have seen the state. You can see this. What is the the timestamp, current timestamp when you use it? What is the time it is showing here? in the system. You can see the 7:47 Friday. You can see this here. It's a morning only. Okay, that means in a system time. Okay, is it clear? Now we'll see here months between. I want to see how many months back we had the employee in an employees table. Sysdate, comma, hire underscore date from employees. Okay, how many months back we had the employee? Previously, we have seen something called how many weeks back we had the employee. Okay, here also you get the decimal point, because whenever you are going to store a time, that means a date, it takes a time also. That's what here, when it is going to be calculated, it is going to include everything. Okay, then you can use a round. You can see this here. Okay, the 418 months back we had, okay, employee. Okay, this way you can see this. The next, whatever the functions we are going to see here, add months. You go to bank and you are going for the fixed deposit of 7 years. So you're depositing for 7 years, for example. Okay, or 90 months, I'm saying. Okay. Okay, that means the bank employee should be able to give the maturity date. When you should go to bank and again collect the maturity amount, you can see that date 20th October 29. But it should not be Sunday. It should be any Wednesday or Thursday. It should be. Okay. These things how we are going to identify. Here you can use here next day. Okay, I'll put here Wednesday. For this 22 October 29, it's showing, right? Okay, here you just click this. Now you can see the output. Okay, 24th October 29 is the Wednesday. Okay, the next day is going to give the next 1 week information exactly. You can see this here. Select next day, sysdate, comma. Okay, I'll say here the coming Friday date I want to see here from dual. Okay, I have additional, right. Now we can see here, the coming Friday date is 29th April. As simple as, okay. Exact 1 week information. Probably if you want to see the Monday date, if you say here, MON, you can see this 25th April is a Monday date. Right? So this way you can, the next day, there's a use of this next day. Okay. And here you can also cross check the last day of the month. Last day. Okay, sysdate, if you specify that. Okay. What is the last day of this month? 30 or 31st? You can see this. With this one, you can overcome the leap year problem. With this one, you can overcome the leap year problem. That's what you can find out with this functions. The beautiful, all the functions are very good, and you just try to work with this, and you can. I'll tell you one more thing. Here you can say this. Which of the following statements are not true about single row function? The starting of this particular chapter, I told you manipulate data items. Is it correct or not? Are you there?
Sir.
Is it there? Manipulate data items is there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Good. Accept argument and return one value per argument. It will return one argument per one value.
No.
All right. Act on each row that is returned.
Yes.
Right. Return one result per set of rows. Return one result per set of rows. No, it won't return one. That means that means one result per set of rows. It's not possible. Never modify the data type. You can modify the data type, right? You can modify, right? It can be nested.
Yes.
Right. Accept argument that can be a column or an expression. Correct? You can use a column, right? I use expression Ashraf Ash, right? That is an expression, right? Okay. Okay, this is what we have. And just a moment, I'm going to show you something here. And the way you are going to do the practice, I'll show here. I don't know how many of you opened this. Okay, you're able to see this here.
Yes, sir. It's
Okay. Okay, here you can see this here. If you scroll down, you can see this here, practice lesson 1. Here, how to connect to your SQL Star Plus and SQL Developer, everything it's going to be specified. Okay, then the second one, what you're going to have, you can see this here. Okay, it'll ask you to rate the following statement execute successfully or not. You have to execute and cross check. Okay, he is asking, your first task is determine the structure of the department table and its content. Okay, you just describe the table name. Okay, here. And here you can see this here. Okay, like no structure of employee table, it contents. You can see this here. That you just try to understand this question and write a query for each and everything. You want to display something like this. 10 comma, Stephen comma, King comma, something like this. Okay, then third chapter, then fourth chapter. Okay, try to work with all the queries. Okay, you have enough time. Okay, this is a single row functions. Now, whatever we have discussed, this one, you can see this. Okay, and once you see this particular one, okay, Monday, we are going to, okay, what do you say that? If you have any queries, Monday we'll discuss. Okay, that's it. Then Monday we'll start with the 5th chapter. Okay, try to do a practice and don't. Okay, when you are trying to disconnect from your remote system, how you are disconnecting it? Okay, here you are able to see my system, remote system. Here you have option power. Okay, you just click on power. Here you will have the disconnect. Whatever the queries that you are going to execute, that I'm going to check here. You can see this here, all these queries are there. Monday morning when you come, when I'm going to open, I'll show that all the statements are there. The same way you can keep, so that I'll have a clarity whether you are working, you are working or not. I can identify that, right? Okay, this is the one you can try to do it, and keep all your work in a same SQL developer. And if you don't get it, you just put a comment. The how to put a comment means I'll show here once again. Any query is not coming. You just see here. You just put here. Okay, the double hyphen. You just put it. That's kind of comment. If you are not getting any query solution, you just put that. Then I can Monday we can see that what is the error and where you have done a mistake and everything we can identify, and we'll also discuss. Okay. Say something.
Okay, sir.
Right. You want to stay back, you can stay back and you can do the practice. Okay. You want to disconnect from Zoom and you want to practice, make sure that you have a time and try to utilize your system. And we are also paying for the systems also. Try to work with the system and execute all queries. And like, no, I already shared my number. If you have any queries, you can ask me. Okay.
Okay, sure.
அப்போ வேணா ஃபுல்லா தமிழ்ல பேசுவேன். ஓகேவா?
Okay.
Right. Okay then. Now we can disconnect from Zoom, then we'll stop it today. Okay.
Okay.
Right.